That's what we had for 5 or 6 years, yardy, yardy, yard. So which one of you was it decided to begin a massive scheme without doing the sums? Who was it that gave a $15 million contract without calling for tenders? Who was it who demanded from us a blank cheque for all that? Why have you given us an unitemised account, no details of costs, no details of anything? Nothing but a huge bill you expect us to pay. Who came up with the idea of one size fits all? Do you think that's justice? Someone on superannuation living in a one-bedroom cottage right close to the road have to pay exactly the same amount as someone in a large multi-million-dollar home on a very difficult section a long distance from the road. And do you think that's justice? What sort of people are you really? Let me ask you a question. Do you really think we are that stupid? Well, you're acting as though you do. We're not only being robbed, it even gets worse. You're all treating us with utter contempt. The lake to you is more important than us. But we are people, hard-working people, and we've worked all our lives. And we've had to go through plenty of trials, and we've been through 2 severe recessions, 1986 and 2006, plus COVID. I'm really thankful for the working group and all the time that they're putting into it and the hours and hours and meetings they go to, but they're prepared to be committing us to paying half. Half of what? What are they really committing us to? Half of what? Well, I don't think they know, because we don't. We just want you guys to come clean, open the books, tell us really how you're handling the money, how much money has been granted, how much money did the scheme really cost? We really have a right to know, and we want to know, and we want a government inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Owendor.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Andy Gunton to make his submission. Welcome, Andy. And elected members, this is on page 16. 16.
To the Mayor, the Chair and members of the Lake Council and other staff, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak about the annual plan, which has the Lake Tauranga sewage scheme as part of it, which I'm going to talk about. I hope you've all read my submission on the sewage scheme, which I've just driven 4 hours to have my say on. So I don't take this lightly. I've worked damn hard to finally own my house at Lake Tauranga, which I dreamed as a little boy visiting Lake Tauranga for the first time when I was just 4 years old in 1969. And now I own my own place at this majestic lake. Now that dream has come true, through years of hard work, of long hours, 80 to 100 hour weeks, not 9 to 5, to pay off a mortgage, and now own a house there, but to have this burden to pay for an out-of-control sewage scheme that was not needed by all the residents of Lake Tauranga, but went ahead anyway. Most voted against it. The point is how Council of Rotorua Lakes area can get this out-of-control sewage scheme paid for without overburdening the ratepayers of Lake Tauranga anymore. Look at more funding through the Bay of Plenty Regional Council as one. Maybe more funding from the government. As has been said before, this lake is a jewel in the crown for Rotorua Lakes area. The Bay of Plenty Regional Council knew of N levels and phosphorus levels was on the rise in the early days when they were testing years ago from farming inputs and forestry on neighbouring lakes that drain into Lake Tauranga. It was from It was from this that the lake water was deteriorating, not the septic tanks of the residents of Lake Tarawera so much, which was proven by ex-NIWA scientist Rowan Wells through years of monitoring and was peer-reviewed thoroughly by other scientists in and around 2019 that proved council testing was not correct, which Rohan identified and proved scientifically. The runoff from Lake Tarawera sewage tanks was very minimal compared to forestry farming inputs, but then council figures and now have an out-of-control sewage scheme to pay for, which the Tarawera people cannot afford. We're not all rich as you think we are out there. A lot of us are medium, hard-working, middle-class people who have worked damn hard to finally realise their dream to have a place there. Lastly, the jewel in the crown of all Rotorua Lakes area and large tourist numbers that visit Rotorua because of Lake Tarawera, I feel the cost should be spread evenly through the Rotorua City region and not just Tarawera ratepayers. I thank you for your time, for giving me a chance to speak here today. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Andy, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here in person. You do have a little bit more time left. Would you be welcome, men, of any questions?
This is my first time ever to speak like this, so no.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome Humphrey Pullon. Thank you, Humphrey.
Kia ora, ko Humphrey Pullon aho, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to my submission in relation to the Lake Tarawera sewage reticulation scheme. To begin with, I would like to put to the councillors 3 questions. Firstly, why, when the initial proposal of a sewage reticulation scheme for Lake Tarawera was put to the council and approved, why was there no means of paying for such a scheme identified? As I understand it, there was no sum of money put aside, no plans for a loan to be taken out, and no discussion of rates adjustment. Was it just assumed then, without any consultation, that Lake Tarawera ratepayers could meet the cost? Secondly, why was consultation with iwi and other Māori stakeholders not undertaken more thoroughly and completely from the outset of this project? Instead, Māori protests and the associated legal proceedings have resulted in major delays to the completion of stage 1 of the scheme, and perhaps more importantly, have resulted in a major escalation of costs to the tune of almost $3 million. Why was this not actively managed to contain costs? And why did we have traffic management continuing on Tarawera Road for months when construction was halted? And thirdly, why are we as Tarawera ratepayers now being asked to pay a huge sum of money towards the sewage reticulation scheme when ratepayers domiciled around other Rotorua lakes in the past have been asked to pay a much smaller portion of that cost? Do you not see that as blatantly inequitable and grossly unfair? As current Rotorua Lakes councillors, I urge you to really look in the mirror as regards your responsibilities and obligations in respect to these questions. Since I would argue that the installation of the Lake Tarawera sewage reticulation scheme has, at least to date, been mismanaged, with the unnecessarily inflated costs being unfairly passed on to Tarawera ratepayers. It is no surprise that Lake Tarawera ratepayers are annoyed, angry, and frustrated by the situation they face. The bottom line is that they have had enough. Now back to my submission. My wife and family purchased our property at Lake Tarawera in 2016. We really appreciate being able to enjoy the lake and its surrounds. We have no qualms about the need to preserve the water quality of the lake, and in that respect, perhaps we are in the minority that have been supportive of the need for a reticulated sewage scheme. But our major issue is with the cost. We feel very strongly that a capital rate for Lake Tarawera ratepayers should absolutely be no more than $36,600 and even that to us is seen as a huge amount of money. Having worked all my life, I am now retired, as is my wife, and we are on limited incomes. But there is no way that we can consider paying this as a lump sum. So we will be forced to pay it off over time, and we are grateful that the Rotorua Lakes Council are making that option available. But despite that, we feel that more could be done to bring the cost to individual ratepayers down. We are grateful for the $2 million that was redirected from the Rotorua Aquatic Centre to the sewage reticulation scheme. We are pleased that Rotorua Lakes Council is now making a formal approach to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, asking them to increase their contribution to the scheme. And to be honest, I don't think stage 2 of the scheme should proceed until that funding at least is secured. And we have to ask again and again, where is the contribution from central government towards this scheme? Historically, other Rotorua lakes have had central government funding towards sewage reticulation, so if it hasn't happened already, where is the Rotorua Lakes Council approach to the Ministry of the Environment, to the Ministry of Conservation, and where has engagement with local MPs got to? The Honourable Todd McClay gave us his view of things when he attended our LTRA AGM some 2 years ago. At that, he proudly announced that a national-led government would repeal the Three Waters legislation. And having done so, Todd, it is now up to your chance to stand up for your local community and provide funding for a sewage reticulation scheme that should ensure that the water quality of Lake Tarawera is at least preserved. I put that challenge to the Rotorua Lakes Council to please get more money from central government. I also implore you to generally get your act together in regard to the oversight of this project, finding more funding, and let's be fair on all ratepayers in our area. Ngā mihi nui and Ngātiwa.
Ngā mihi nui, thank you very much, Humphrey.
Excuse me, Chair. Madam Chair, could you just tell us what the submission numbers for those last two submissions were?
Yep, so Humphrey is number 10, submitter number 10, Andy was submitter number 9. And we are about to go to submitter number 43 on page 76. I'd like to welcome Tracy McLeod to make her presentation.
Good morning, everyone. As many of you know, I've been investigating the Lakes Protection and Restoration Action Program since October 2024. After reviewing 15 years of Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group annual reports and information from Lagoima requests, I've come to the following conclusions. The Lake Rotoiti-Rotomar sewage scheme has been overinflated in cost by $32.6 million in the annual reports and it's been overinflated by council, and it was only 34.4 in the annual reports, not 67 million. Thankfully, the scheme is currently being quantity surveyed with the expected outcome indicated as late June 2025. Lake Tarawera sewage scheme has also been overinflated in cost. In the Freshwater Improvement Fund signed in 2022, the cost of the sewage project was $14.22 million. Now with the sewage scheme costing a reported $32.3, it is now $18 million over budget from the Freshwater Improvement Fund agreement. The Lake Tarawera sewage scheme is also currently being independently financially audited, with a copy to be provided to the Ministry for Environment, with the outcome not expected until late June 2025 as well. Note the Rotorua Lakes Council are offering a discount to Lake Tarawera ratepayers who sign their locality plans by the 1st of June. However, it was stated in the Freshwater Improvement Fund agreement of 440 property owners had already given formal approval. Lagoima requests have not been answered to confirm the evidence of that approval. Interestingly, the catchment expenses were also overinflated by 18 million. The costs were originally 40.55 million in the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group, and yet the opening balance of the new 2025 funding deed was 22.5. If you add the following, 32.6 million overcosted for the Lake Rotoiti-Rotomar, 34.16 remaining funding deed to be paid from MFE and councils, 15.5 million, which was the Lake Rotorua and Lake Rotorua contributions, which coincidentally is the same as the engineering interventions in the 2025 funding deed. The total, with adjustments, is around 75 million. Now that is a surplus. That's before adding the Tarawera sewage scheme. There had to be a variation to the funding deed to correct the previous accounting discrepancies. The Lakes program is in surplus. The expenses have been overinflated, as well as the ratepayers' capital cost contributions not declared, which was not part of the original funding deed. The Crown was to contribute 50% of the total cost, and the other 50% was to be funded by the Rotorua District Council and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, both of which have committed to this funding in their long-term community consultation plans. A project of this scale is clearly beyond the ability of councils to fund without excessive burden on their ratepayers, nor should they be expected to do so when these lakes in our nation's tourism heartland matter to us all. If the Lakes program is already in surplus, why were ratepayers paying capital cost contributions to sewage schemes? If Lake Rotoiti-Rotomar ratepayers pay 17.3 million and the Lake Rotorua ratepayers pay 21.5 million, that totals 38.8 million. Add the 1.1 million of expenses not included in the totals, which Catchments Manager Helen Cree from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council put down to a human error in the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group, you get 40 million. The reason the Lakes program wants that 40 million is to pay for the incentives in the Rotorua Lakes Incentive Scheme policy for farmers or landowners to lower nitrogen leaching from their land into the lakes. This could explain why Kevin Winters from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council wanted clarification as to what Rotorua Lakes Council was requesting from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council in last week's meeting on the Thursday, the 8th of May 2025. Was the funding for Lake Tarawera Sewage Scheme 4 million for 1 year or 4 million each year for 10 years, which would total 40 million? 40 million is the cost of the incentives program and 5.5 for the rules program. Bay of Plenty Regional Council's Chief Executive Fiona McTavish stated Regional Council does not contribute to sewage schemes. However, investigations reveal Bay of Plenty Regional Council contributed 17.2 million to sewage schemes in the Bay of Plenty area, including Tupuna West, Ongari Point and Makatu, Little Waihi and Lake Rotoiti-Rotomar and Lake Tarawera. It appears we cannot rely on the councils to tell the ratepayers the truth. I welcome the opportunity to meet with Council to review my findings. 5 minutes is not long enough to discuss all the discrepancies, but I am hopeful a resolution will be achieved without any financial burden on the Rotoiti-Rotomar and Lake Tarawera ratepayers. An independent inquiry may still be warranted and a judicial review is still an option.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
We now go to page number 21, submitted 12, and I invite Louise Armstrong to make her submission. Welcome, Louise.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm here in support of my submission about the Lake Tarawera Sewerage Scheme funding and in particular about my concerns for the Lake Tarawera community. As I said in my submission, I purchased a property in 2018 with a view to retirement in a few years. I budgeted for a sewerage contribution, but as the years passed, this became inadequate, and more importantly, it turned out to be an open-ending, increasingly uncertain cost with no limit. This was contrary to all I knew about committing to expenditure. I also knew people who'd faced the very costly debacle with the sewage scheme in Mangawhai, north of Auckland, and I feared the same happening to us. For the community, such a situation of uncertainty produces anxiety, fear, anger, conspiracy thinking and division. It was also on the back of COVID and I saw what had been a good, cohesive community becoming stressed, angry, and divided. This resulted in various community alienations, attacks online, and people taking very polarised stances. And I'm in no doubt at all that the Council have been on the receiving end of at least some of that. We, in my view, are still in that space. I've read the Council documents going back to 2012. In that year, the comment was that for the Tarawera scheme, there were not the same socio-economic considerations as the other lakes. I have reason to believe that this may have continued as an implicit underpinning of deliberations and decisions. The fact that Tarawera ratepayers are required to pay lakes quality enhancement fees for other lakes, whilst still uncertain about this applying to Tarawera, might be an example of that. In recent times, I've been very grateful that certain community-minded people stood up as the working group and have been able, through very hard work, to bring a lot of the community together. This has been through a focus on seeking a definitive cost with fairness and equity. It is important to emphasise that this is not equity of the actual sum to be paid by our ratepayers, but of the proportion falling on them. No matter how this goes, Tarawera ratepayers have a large fee to pay. From recent reporting in the Daily Post, I've felt reassured that Council are being seen to pursue all funding options which might moderate the ratepayer obligation, in particular discussion with BOPRC about possibilities identified within the working group and forming part of our group submissions. I endorse this and thank you for putting the options to the wider community. The other area which I mentioned in my submission was around causes of water quality degradation, but I won't comment on that today. Ngā mihi nui, thank you for your time.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koe hoki. Thank you very much to you as well, Louise. And we do welcome Councillor Kai Fong, who has obviously finished her other commitment and is joining us by Zoom. Thank you. Councillors, we are now on page 5, submitter number 3, and I'd like to welcome Joanna Moet. Welcome, Joanna.
Sorry for the delay.
No, it's absolutely fine.
Good morning, all. I am speaking to my written submission, which covered 3 main points, and I want to speak a little further and expand these points today. I am speaking in support of option 3, which attended to my submission. And I wanted to first start off with my connection to Lake Tarawera. For 53 years, the lake has been an extremely important place for my family. After visiting for holidays for a number of years, our property was purchased in 1978. So I have been a ratepayer for 47 years, and for the last 4 years of that time, a permanent resident. Our property has never been regarded as a commodity. It is a spiritual home base for 3 generations of my family, and we do not take the responsibility of our guardianship lightly, hence my presence today. Over the years, there have been opportunities that we have let go and experiences that we have foregone in order to retain the ownership and connection to this special place. We have always chosen this connection as being more important than any other choice-based obligations. The second point I speak to you today is to note that as a ratepayer for nearly 50 years, there appears to have been little return to our community for those rates. In 1973, Spencer Road was a narrow gravel road. Very few amenities existed. There was a weekly rubbish collection, and the roadside was trimmed once a year. Today, over 50 years later, no rubbish collection. Residents have to take their rubbish to the transfer station, a personal responsibility. No council water supply, no footpaths to speak of, or street lighting. And the roadside is still only trimmed once a year. Any upgrades and facilities that have taken place over this time have been mainly for the benefit of the hundreds of visitors that arrive at the lake each year, visitors that all of Rotorua District benefits from more than the local residents of Lake Tarawera. This community has paid forward through our rates for the funding of Option 3 many times over. Lastly, the matter of fairness and transparency, or the lack of. As a community, I feel that we have fulfilled our duty of care to maintain and improve our lake properties. The consequential rise in property values through these improvements is reflected by the ever-rising substantial rates that we pay here as property owners for a little gain in amenities. There can be little doubt that if respective councils had enacted their duty of care with some foresight when these issues first arose around 2012 or thereabouts, that the cost blowout of this project would not be the issue it is today. The communications about the reasons for this long delay, 12 or 13 years, has been poor or non-existent. It is unfair that there is even a proposal before council for the property owners of Lake Tarawera to be charged 70% of the cost of the project, when other communities have been charged 50% or less. And in addition, we are being asked to consent and commit to a charge without even knowing what the final figure is. A poor business decision under any circumstances. So, considering the long and poor history of this project, there is only one option on the table today that could be considered fair or equitable for the Lake Tarawera community, and that is Option 3. Thank you for your attention and for
Thank you very
hearing
much.
my submission. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you. We are now with submitter number 2, page 3, and I'd like to welcome Vanessa Russell.
Morning.
Good morning, Vanessa.
So, I have lived at Tarawera now for 35 years. I have a partner who's been there for over 45. Been a ratepayer for Rotorua Lakes Council for 50 odd years, so I've been in this area for a very long time. In the early 1990s, I purchased 3 hectares of regenerating native bush, which is in the centre of the 2 settlements of Tarawera. It is adjoining Dock Scenic Reserve and has Te Huarangi iwi land on the other side of the road. The vision that my partner and I, Keith Goodwin, have is that we want that land to remain as regenerating native bush so we can have a sustainable native bird population. So for the last 30 odd years, that's been our focus. And as such, we are 400 metres away from the lake edge, therefore outside of the regional council requirement for being compulsory joining a sewerage scheme. So for us, we feel a little bit pressured because the alternatives are not something that is easy available either for us. And so we feel a little bit forced into actually having to consider contributing to an off-site reticulated sewage scheme rather than an on-site one. But we also value the community. Like other presenters, we also realise that, in fact, the 400 households that, or just over, that actually have septic tanks in that area are not the major contributors to the water quality of Lake Tarawera. We know that we have Lake Karaka water going straight past our property. We know that Crater Farm, which produces a lot of water often in poor weather, which comes down through our property and lands up in our lake. So we know we are not necessarily, or us residents are not necessarily the major contributors to water quality, but it is its considerable benefit that we actually consider what we do. I also am very aware, like other presenters, that Rotorua or Lake Tarawera is a national and an international resource. It's there for its fishing predominantly, and its water use and its natural environment. So for us, I see that the only option in this particular plan is option 3, on the grounds that that means that we do have a sharing of the cost with a wider community. But it does also require council to spend more time to look at getting other funding from other government sources and non-government sources to actually contribute to it. Like the previous speakers, I don't want to be paying more than what is even 36,000 odd, which has been proposed, is now high because I finally gave up work last year. I now don't have an income. I'm looking at trying to plan my future, and I can't plan that future because there is an open checkbook feeling around the cost of this particular scheme. I would like to see us have a fixed price that is a fair and equitable contribution to the cost of the scheme. I would like to know that council is really pushing to actually get other government agencies and non-government agencies to also contribute to this, because it's not, that lake is there for everyone. I hope that our land will actually always be there for everyone, because if we can get it right, and we've got it covered with conservation covenants and trusts and so forth, that it stays as an asset for the whole of that community forever. So, for me, the only thing that you've put in the annual plan that would be of use is the option 3, but it is with great reluctance that we are happy with what's happening now. We want a certainty around how much is it going to cost so we can plan. I don't want to be paying over years and years. I want to be able to pay it off and get rid of it so it no longer is sitting there. Like other speakers, the whole sewage scheme has been a point of anxiety and stress for more than 10 years. And I'm really hoping that with council, that councillors will consider that we actually really do need to have some certainty. It has to be fair and equitable, and it shouldn't be considered that just because people live out there, they can pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to make your submission. I'd now like to welcome Sue Baker. This is submission number 5, page 9. Welcome, Sue.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Tapsell and councillors and staff. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. You have my submission in front of you, so I will take it as read and expand on what I've written. I am speaking today as a first-timer. Takes a lot to get me up on the stand these days, but I am ready to stand up for our rights as ratepayers. We bought our property in 2010, never expecting to pay such a huge bill in our retirement years. The key point here is RLC's lack of responsibility and lack of informed consultation. The Local Government Act 2002 states that all councils must uphold democracy. Democracy consists of 3 things: transparency, accountability, and integrity. This council has disregarded those 3 things. In 2018, Tarawera ratepayers attended a meeting organised by the Lake Tarawera Surge Steering Committee, which involved, among others, members of this council, Bay of Plenty Regional Council, as well as iwi and the Lake Tarawera Ratepayers Association. We were told that septic tank leaching contributed to Lake Tarawera's declining water quality and that septic tanks would be outlawed. No evidence was presented to us about the water quality or where that information came from. There was no mention of other causes of pollution, such as runoff, rainfall, geothermal activity, and no figures presented to show water quality was low. In fact, the lake's water quality today is good. It hasn't changed much since 2010. The pitch was convincing, but it lacked transparency. We were led to believe this project was essential for the health of the lake. It was not. And it was not, if it was that much of a problem, why weren't the 17% of households deemed to have unworkable septic tanks decommissioned or upgraded? No action was ever taken. This council lacked integrity when in 2004 it erected notices in public toilets around Lake Tarawera that stated every day between 200,000 and 300,000 litres of sewage from septic tanks leaches into Lake Tarawera. If this were true, and any tourist or visitor reading that notice would say, yuck, I'm not swimming in that, you eventually put up a notice in the Daily Post apologising you got your facts wrong. When this project got the go-ahead in 2022, no final cost was agreed on, and this council's preferred option was to bill the Tarawera ratepayers 70%. Apparently, it was up to the residents to find the extra funding if they wanted to reduce the bill. The councils used the Lake Tarawera Ratepayers Association's backing for the project as an excuse to sit back and not make any effort to fund the project or to get more funding. So this was a lack of accountability. Other lake communities received 50% or substantially more funding than Lake Tarawera. We have been singled out, and this is very undemocratic. Now you are proposing that we could be facing a bill of up to $50,000 or more. That's more than a 100% increase on the $19,393 pitched to us in 2018. You say you have consulted us. Well, let's talk about that. Consultation usually involves reasonable choice. In 2022, we were given two options so this council could proceed with the project. My family chose none, or neither, because there was no final cap on the cost and no option to say no, because this council disingenuously added a clause to the option. Quote, please note that property owners who do not respond will be considered to be in favour of preference A. What kind of choice is that? Both options said proceed with the project. There was no option to not go ahead. It was a fait accompli. In this recent choice of options, we reluctantly agreed to option 3, with the non-negotiable terms from the Lake Tarawera Sewage Working Group, because it involved the least cost. Why would you choose option 1 or 2 when you want to pay more? We did also consider not agreeing to any option, so we are making a compromise. We have paid our rates, and we are paying those rates, and we have contributed to other reticulated systems through paying those rates. We have kept our septic tank clean. We are good, respectful citizens. So I am asking you here today to please give the Tarawera ratepayers respect and fairness. When you make that decision about how much we pay, think transparency, accountability and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to invite Mary Campbell, and this is submitted number 50, page 108. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Mary, and I sit before you in 3 roles with regards to this scheme. 1, I'm a landowner and ratepayer for the last 17 years at Lake Tarawera. I'm a single-parent household with 2 kids growing up at Lake Tarawera, and I also work in the community as a registered architect. So I moved here from inner city Auckland 17 years ago solely because I fell for the scenic environment here. Since then, I have actually fallen in love with the community. As you can see, it's a very passionate one. It's a strong, united community who look out for each other, are diverse in age and background and beliefs, who are all passionate about our lake and its surrounds. I've seen many younger professionals and families moving here in recent years too, which enhance the fabric of Rotorua itself for business, culture, science and industry. We all want to be able to afford to continue staying here, especially the young families and the retired with no income, of which there are many at Lake Tarawera. Over my time here, I have designed over 30 new homes and alterations additions along the lake alone, and so have much ongoing contact with locals and batch owners alike. I work with all types of clients, many of which are multi-generational families wanting to continue the legacy of family life at Lake Tarawera. I also want to note that every single person I have designed for still remains at Tarawera. This is not a fly-by-night place to make money. It is a place where people make family legacies. It really is about the people. All my clients, including my own home and I built, dating back 13 years now, have had to install either offset systems or holding tanks, knowing that these will be ripped out again when the sewer goes through. The cost of these interim measures have been between $15,000 and $55,000. Even this year, obtaining a CCC on a holding tank that will soon be removed and disused. I have a great relationship with the building site at council. You want people like me to be pro-council as your advocate in the community. We only ask for fairness in opting for option 3 with the 3 inclusion clauses as set out by the steering committee and the LTRA. In particular, the cap of 36,600 max. This is only fair and reasonable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary. I'd now like to invite David Townsend, and this is submission number 46, page 101. Welcome, David.
Morning, Mayor and councillors. I've got 2 main gripes here that I want to face today, one with the council and the other one with the regional council. We all say Lake Tarawera, the jewel in the crown. It's a natural wonder of Rotorua that sits alongside the other things that make this a city, the Rotorua Museum, the Howard Morrison Centre, and the Rotorua Lakefront and the Aquatic Centre, to name a few of the projects the council's done that have been funded by the residents as a whole. So why is this jewel of Rotorua that leads its marketing campaign being singled out? So I live in Tarawera and I'm prepared to do what's necessary to protect the environment. So I agree to the septic system, but not the undisclosed price. And just like the residents of Rotorua have done for the other iconic items, I'm willing to pay for it. However, like those 4 upgrades, the burden should not fall on the small segment of the population that happens to live beside the item. My other main issue is with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. Their requirements led to this reticulation scheme, yet the council, when faced with the knowledge that over 40 properties were not or had no septic system, did nothing for over 30 years. And then now when the pressure comes on, they offer something like about 2.3% of the scheme's cost. I think that is grossly unfair, and Tarawera again features in all their items. And I believe the Regional Council must become a major funding, which I'm very pleased that the Council has taken on board and had recent meetings with them. So just to recap, for the good of the environment, I accept the burden of my responsibilities to pay and above what the rest of the Rotorua ratepayers are paying. And that's hence why I agreed to the Lake Tarawera Sewerage Working Group's proposal of 36,600 cap, and the remainder to be shared between the grants that we've received and the other parties of Rotorua. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I'd now like to invite Margaret Dorr, who will be speaking on behalf of Gwendolyn Archibald. This is page 97, submitter number 44. Welcome, Margaret.
Yes, I am speaking on behalf of Gwendolyn Archibald, who unfortunately had to go to a funeral. My name is Gwendolyn Archibald, and my family and I have lived in Lake Tarawera for 43 years. My husband and I have brought up our children here, and some of those children are now coming back to bring up their children in their own and much-loved area and community. We as a family are very aware of the treasure and privilege it is to live in such beautiful surroundings. Excuse me. I guess you could say that not many people lived permanently here when we came. Amongst the old noted wealth of holiday house owners, a handful of hippies had begun to make their homes. The old noted wealth is all but died out and gone, and the hippies have either moved or are on or aged and stayed put. Since hippies have always known the best lifestyle and the places to achieve this in. Being here for a long time as we have means a deep love and commitment to our lake has evolved, and we consider ourselves part of the next generation of caregivers of the lake. It is a place we care for immensely. It is the place where we live our life. It is our community. We never imagined paying such a price for caring for something as we have done collectively for this lake. It is beyond reasonable for us. Why? Because we are middle-aged and pensioner members now. We are not eligible for any bank loans, and our KiwiSaver we would prefer to spend on a hip replacement or two. There must be a better way than this. The beautiful young families that have moved back will be obliterated as well and have to move on to where? A great vibrant community sold out to the rich and uncaring with money from grief knows where. You as the council put in this pipeline for the lake to go forward. And yet the lake without its community will not. I feel we have put our most reasonable and best foot forward, being 36,600 inclusive GST. We know we have been misrepresented and lied to by some of your members to get this poo line in, and we understand for some things we must pay, even though personally I have always felt that the old organic septic tank worked a treat and the lake water was always pristine. Please do not overcharge us. And please accept our offer of 36,600 including GST, even though for most permanent residents this is still too much. A council displacing people and families is never a good look. After all, councils are there to work with and for the people they represent, aren't they? So now please work for us. Nearly all of the Tarawera locals are not wealthy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Margaret. We appreciate you making that submission on behalf of Gwendolyn.
That's right.
Thank you. I can just see one submitter walking down the hall, so we'll just take a moment and see if he's ready to speak now, and then after that we'll take a short break. Welcome. This is Graham McCarroll, page number 99, submitter number 45. Welcome, Graham, and when you're ready, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
And good morning all. You have a copy of my submission and you've read it. So I won't read it out. I'll just make a few brief comments. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. I appreciate that. Look, after hearing Rowan Wells, I think his name was, speak to the regional council, he said that in 20 years the lake would be no different, the pollution would be no different. And certain times of the year, visitors are twice the amount of pollution that residents are. And also, after listening to Tracy McLeod, who's done 6 months' work on this, and I haven't heard anyone say that she's wrong, it certainly makes you wonder what's going on. I just want to make a few comments on rates. Just remember that the rates, we also pay rates to regional council. They went up nearly 50%. Yours went up 85%. I'm not sure what rates are in town, but I'm guessing they're from $4,000 to $6,000. So if your rates go up 10%, theirs are $400 to $500. Ours are $1,100 to $1,200. Where I live, the capital value of my small orchard and quite a nice house is very, very similar to Tarawera, our property. I pay just over $5,000 there. I know that when we bought our property, we knew the sewage scheme was going ahead. Figures of 0 to 50,000 were bandied about. But I guess we realised and hoped that this would be a one-off payment, whereas rates are an ongoing burden. I guess you've read my drainage problem. Hopefully someone will respond. Look, we understand this is not easy, but all we ask is for fairness, and we hope you and us see fairness in the same light. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. Are you open to take any questions in this spare time? Are there any questions of Graham? There appear to be none. Seems you've made your case quite clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam.
So we will now take a 10-minute break and we will return at 10:10 for those joining us online as well. We'll see you at 10:10. Thank you. We are going to go onto Zoom, and we have Mark and Sally Robinson, and this is submitted number 1 on page 1. So just wait a moment for the Robinsons to get online. Hello, do we have Mark there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, thank you. Mark, thank you very much for making your submission by Zoom. You've got 5 minutes, so we'll just hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Tanya and team. I take it you've read my submission and that I support the Tarawera Working Group. My name is Mark Robinson from 237 Spencer Road. I represent my wife Sally, my parents Kath and John. I have been coming to Lake Tarawera for 64 years, even though I am only 63 years old. We stayed many times with friends, skiing, fishing, boating, swimming. We fell in love with the place. We then rented for several years. Then that place sold. So Dad went to see the only permanent resident in the bay, Morris Scobie, to see if he knew where we could rent
for next Christmas.
Morris told Dad that Stan Baton's place was coming up on the market. Dad talked to Mum and they decided to buy it. He went to the phone box at the landing to phone his bank manager. The bank manager said, buy it and come and see me on Monday. We will sort it out. That was over 46 years ago. He paid $36,000 for it. We enjoyed many years of holidays and friends and lake at the lake. Many special memories were made. Fast forward to 5 years ago, the lake was getting too much for Mum and Dad, who were in their mid-80s. Sally and I, after much debate, bought the property to keep it in the family.
For a lot more than $36,000.
For a lot more than $36,000, I might add.
And with renting out
we did the figures, and with renting out the batch, decided it could work. Since then, we were only allowed to advertise for 59 days and to rent for 59 days. If we were lucky. Otherwise, our rates would go to commercial rates, going up by about 180%, I think, if I remember correctly. We only rented to help with the mortgage, the rates, and the upcoming surge scheme. We hope we can somehow make it work financially now. In the time that our family has owned 237, we've only had one neighbour change hands.
People that own property in Tarawera get taken over
by its charm until Tarawera owns you. The people who come here,
they fell in love
because they fell in love with it. Dad died this week, and his wishes are to have his ashes at Rahu Iroa, which we hope we'll be able to keep in the family for a long time. The high rates that the Tarawera ratepayers have paid for so long has helped support Rotorua and all its infrastructure and beautification. Us, as Tarawera ratepayers, get very little spent in our community. Most people say we get 52 rubbish bags for our rates.
We have paid more than our
fair share of rates over the years, and feel that the council needs to spend money that we have paid back into our community for a change. I ask you all, can you come up with $36,000? It's a big number. I personally will find it extremely hard, now that we are limited to renting only for a very limited length of time.
The council needs to step up and take charge of the infrastructure of the pipelines.
I don't want to pay rates and then pay for a pipeline as well. You don't charge people in Rotorua to pay for pipes outside their property. It's in their rates.
And so should ours be.
And so should ours be.
We also need to pay for the
As for saying we also need to pay for the $2 million extra the protesters at the Green Lake caused, that's approximately $5,000 per household. I thought you had an injunction last August. It shouldn't have been cleared up then. If you think we can afford to pay for all this and more, the lake will become a false, plastic, Botox, helipad-infested playground for only the rich, instead of a community that I want to belong to. This is my place now. I have compromised our retirement to retain it in our family. Our batch It's precious to us, and I sincerely hope we can keep it. Please help us now, and all in our community, as we have supported you with our rates for over 46 years, and I hope that we support you for more generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for making your submission, and we do pass on our love and prayers for you for the passing of your father this week. We're very sorry to hear that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are just waiting for some other submitters to arrive for 10:30. So what we're going to do is just take a 10-minute break until then, and we'll get going again. See that everyone is online, so welcome back. We'll get underway. We are on page 155, submitter 53, and it's our pleasure to welcome Roger Lovelace to make your submission.
Your Worship, Councillors, I think there's the odd staff member, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And also, on a positive note, thanks to the staff for pulling together the Access for All policy. Special thanks to Kellyanne Panapa, Rachel Dolman, Christine Morris, Simon Alifos-Yotok. It's something that's very well and long overdue. For too long, submissions from the disability community have been treated as low priority. The pavers in the CBD were an issue when I was invited onto the Access group in 2018. There's still a problem. I worked as an Access coordinator in Hamilton for several years, and I consider my greatest success there was to get them to appoint a vision impaired lady as a disability liaison person. But I've now realised there are other issues that made things more inclusive in their disability community. Basically, resources to be able to implement improvements and best practice asset management. In 2009, I built an accessible home in Hamilton. I recall paying them about $18,500 in development contributions. Fast forward today, and it cost me over $60,000 in development contributions. Well, congratulations for last bringing some in for Rotorua, but when will these charges recognise growth puts pressure on all infrastructure, not just water services? Hamilton development contributions cover contribution to transport, reserves and other facilities that need to recognise growing populations. I printed off yesterday the schedule of development contributions for different houses there. That's where my $60,000 gone, but for the top end of the range you're paying over $100,000. So I would say that the decision of the then council is not to levy development contributions on those issues is one of the reasons why we were not given the resources to go ahead. So that's the first issue. I'll leave that there for people to look at if they want to later. For this annual plan, I've limited my comment on the basis of consultation to sort of possible changes to priorities. For too long, we have repeated the same concerns, and it is time to get on with addressing them, particularly with respect to transport infrastructure. I have repeatedly said good asset management practice is to revisit design parameters from time to time, and if things have changed, then it is appropriate to look to upgrading the asset to suit. Not a difficult concept, hence concerns with the basics: curb cuts, safe road crossings, tactile ground surface indicators, and lifting pavers. As an aside, I was very pleasantly surprised to be invited, along with all of Unison Network customers, to comment on their asset management plan. They have recently had their practice audited within the ISO 55000 series asset management standards, and have put their plan out to public scrutiny. Council would do well to learn from them. My plea is to get on with addressing our concerns, make the development contributions recognise growth across all infrastructure, and that there's a reasonable portion set aside to address our concerns. Council has the opportunity and staff to lead the way, but they need the resources to do it. I was a bit disappointed that we've still got to wait a bit longer on the proposed introduction for a strategy on disability issues. But anyway, I'll leave it at that for the moment, except to say that revisiting the parameters that were put down 50 years ago is not unusual. Things have changed. There are a lot more people with disabilities, elderly people, schools have grown, infill housing has gone in, and all these sorts of things. So I'll just finish there, and if there's any questions, I'm quite happy to answer them. But I say I'll leave the schedule of Hamilton's development contributions there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and we'll definitely make sure that our councillors get a copy of that. We've got a question from Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you for your presentation, Roger. Very interested in what your comments around Hamilton's development contributions versus ours. Admittedly, they're a much larger city, but what would you say the gap between the two would be?
Very significant. I'm just thinking if you actually put a modest, even $10,000 more on the 500 houses you built last year, that's $5 million. It would go a long way to addressing our concerns, because I've felt like they've been repeating the same old thing, and just nothing's been done. Councillor Patterson said to me the other day that perhaps we appear to be fobbed off.
Just to clarify, is that a disability levy included in their development
With
contribution?
collateral damage, yeah.
Right.
All the other issues as well need to be sorted out. You don't need to have poor asset management and, well, water services. You've realised that's a problem. Napuna pump station collapsed a little while ago. That should never have happened. Various other issues like that. The cobblestones should be repaired, but it gives you that extra thing there, recognise the extra growth. I would love to have seen a big hydrotherapy pool at the aquatic centre, similar to what they've got in the aquatic centre in Hamilton at Waterworld. Those are the kind of things that the growth things can be used for.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger, and we appreciate you taking the time to make your submission.
Okay, I'll leave that one there.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
We now have a break until our next submitters arrive at 11:15. So for those joining us online, we will be back at 11:15. See you soon. Rotorua katoa, welcome back. It is 11:15, so we will get underway again for our annual plan hearings. We would like to invite Robert O'Kell to make his submission. This is submitter number 56, page 126 of your submissions. Welcome, Robert, and thank you very much for being here.
As usual, I'll keep it all to what I've written.
And please just switch your mic. There we go. Thank you.
So, are we ready? If we go to page 152 of the long-term plan, you'll find the information that's about cash flows for this financial year. You'll notice that there's $159 million of rates, 23 million in charges, and 9 million in development, and a capital expenditure of 147 million, and there'll be 66 million due for repayment of debt. So you'd think that the $23 million that you get in charges would be useful. But of course it's not, because that has to go on interest payments, which are also 23 million. And you'd wonder why you would have to make $107 million of new debt. Well, when you've spent everything else, there's no money to pay for personnel. So the $41 million that you're going to spend on personnel has to be funded from debt. So your idea of prudent and my idea of prudent never meet. And it's when those figures are starkly put in front of you that you get some understanding of just how injudicious this organisation is. So we'll progress to the annual plan. If you look at all of the things that are core subjects like water, wastewater, stormwater, that amounts to 40% of the budget. 20% is spent on leadership. You spend more on leadership than you do on water and wastewater. And you spend 13% on growth. What that is beyond me. If the $12 million that is spent on leadership, 3.2 million is spent on the Civic Centre, and then IT is, you're on page 23 if you want to go and find it, maybe 24. IT is, for some reason, split up so that we don't notice how big it is. So you've got IT at 1.1 million, then you've got another on information services and upgrades. And by the time you've finished, you've got 2.2 million this year being spent on IT. That's an awful lot of money. Now on the CCTVs, you're spending another 0.2 million. I really want to know what use they have actually produced for spending that amount of money on CCTVs. Have you ever prosecuted somebody from the CCTV footage? Have you ever done anything with it? Or do you just spend money on CCTVs because you like them? Then, of course, we've got 3.3 million on the Rotorua Museum exhibition. The museum is not open. Where is $3.3 million being spent on an exhibition for a closed museum? Then we've got stormwater, which is 35 million this year. That's a lot of money. It doesn't appear to me that that's been limited in terms of where its expenditures comes from just the people who are affected, which are the urban people. That appears to me to be coming from the general rate. And I need to move on to my next page because I'm running out of time. Then we have the proposed rates, which are supposed to be 7.95%. Well, for some reason, business is preferentially rated at 6%. So why is business represented at 6% and farming at 9.2%? We don't get anything. We only got that 600,000. The first 3 years of the long-term plan give nothing to the rural ratepayers. So why are we being hammered? In fact, everybody is hammered. Rural residential gets even higher ratings, and the urbans get 8.5% rises. So why is everybody else subsidising business? Whoever writes these things clearly has an agenda, and it's not to do with the interests of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for making your submission in person. We do have your written one as well. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to welcome Jason Schernick, thank you. And this is page number 125, submitter 55. And we also have a presentation. Thank you for preparing that for us.
Kia ora. My submission is a query in respect of the adequacy of the Sunset Road and Malfoy Road corridors, having regard for the likely increase in traffic as subdivision along Pukehangi Road proceeds. I want to start with a compliment, and it's in respect of the amount of the government's infrastructure acceleration funding that Council has obtained. If I'm right in thinking that Council has obtained roughly 10% of the $1 billion that was available, that's a fine achievement. It also suggests that Council was really focused on provisioning for the forthcoming development around the city. So therefore, I hope my tone and what I say comes across as a friendly mention of an issue rather than a suggestion something has been missed or priorities need to be different. Consistent with that, I'm thinking Council staff could probably provide you with a reassuring report about what I'm talking about, and or enhancement works are already proposed on these corridors in future plans. And what I wrote, I listed a few items, and one was how along long lengths, footpaths are beside curb lines, and so therefore the separation between moving traffic and pedestrians is the minimum. I'm not going to talk about any of the others I recorded because the Council team is best placed to complete proper corridor assessments, and so I leave it to you and them to decide on the where to from here, if anywhere. But I'm going to just go on a tangent for a moment, and it is in respect of the way that the rubbish collection operation is presently being managed along these busy corridors. My trigger for doing so was that one day about 2 months ago I saw the postie really struggling to get along Sunset Road because it was blocked by rubbish bins. That then got me thinking about how does what is happening now affect even more vulnerable pedestrians, such as those in wheelchairs, those on a mobility scooter, those using a walker, or those pushing a pram. I'll step through my photos quickly. The first showing there is a location. These are all on Sunset Road, but I feel like I've got 4 equivalent photos on Malfoy Road. The first shows a location where the curb line and the footpath are separated. And of course, the grass area we can see allows for rubbish bins to be placed in a manner that avoids the footpath being blocked. Likewise, if a car mounts the curb in order to park further away from live traffic, it can do so without blocking the footpath. If we move on to photo 2, which is right at the top of Sunset Road, you'll see a bus stop, and the length of footpath showing is the only length of footpath that's available. Where I'm standing is on grass, there's no footpath coming from the other direction. And you can see that the footpath ahead is blocked, and we're very close to the busy Pukehangi Road intersection. So it's only able-bodied people that can get to or from the bus stop. If we go on to the third photo, you'll see the footpath is blocked by rubbish bins and the cycle lane is blocked by a vehicle. And so therefore anybody wanting to move along Sunset Road who is not on foot has to get out into the live traffic lane and travel for quite some distance before finding somewhere to get back onto the footpath. And lastly, I was able to grab a photo of rubbish. Unfortunately, I can see it's not so clear, but that was on Monday after the rubbish bins had been emptied, and you can see that, you can't really see, but the bins with the red lids have sort of been placed in a haphazard manner. I don't know if the arm on the truck is able to pick up and put down rubbish bins on the grass area, but if it isn't, then perhaps the contractor could be prompted to place the bins as close as possible to the curb line so that the maximum width of footpath is retained open. So to summarise, I've submitted in respect of the adequacy of 2 already busy road corridors, having regard for future subdivision, but acknowledged clearly the excellent work the Council is doing in this space. My coming along today really provided an opportunity to raise the issue of rubbish collection along the roads, as I felt that might be one that Council would look at perhaps more urgently.
Thank you very much, Jason. We appreciate you coming to us with these photos as well. Thank you. And we do have Councillor Wang and also Councillor Kai Fong online. But Margaret, if you are ready to make your submission, then we would welcome you to do so.
Yeah, but one councillor has a run to get a book to write notes about what I will be saying. So
we can wait until he's back if you wish.
So should I start? Should I wait?
Would you like to wait for him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, he's just walking down the hallway. Just a moment. And this is submitter number 58 in page 129. Okay, well, Councillor Lee is just walking through the door, so when you're ready, Dr. Margaret, welcome.
I'm sure you're all used to the idea that you cannot think about the different parts of the annual plan in isolation. Everything has got to be integrated. So what I want to talk about this morning is the Thursday night market and how closely that is linked to both what you are doing and want to do in tourism and what you want to do with welcoming communities and supporting the settlement of migrants. To maintain the night market the way it is, you say will require a 0.02% rates increase. I believe the night market should be maintained through the year because one of the things that I hear tourists saying is there's nothing to do at night in Rotorua. And at least this is one night a week when there are activities available for tourists. So for that reason, and for the reason that tourists will go to the night market and they will recognise their own foods, their own cultures, their own performances, and make Rotorua an even better tourist destination. When it comes to the welcoming communities, as we know, the funding from Immigration New Zealand will be stopping, and therefore we will not have one dedicated person to be a welcoming communities coordinator. So the welcoming communities activities and roles will be spread throughout council. And so I think that we, as working with the Multicultural Council, with numerous other organisations that are involved in migrant settlement, we should do what we can to continue the great work that Rajant had done as our welcoming communities coordinator. So we should think about the night market as a place that needs really stable and enthusiastic management support within council. Now that was lacking for a while. There is one new person responsible for the night market now, and I'm delighted about that. The night market is a place where migrants meet. You only need to walk up and down there and say that there are not all that many true-born Kiwis who are running the stalls. It's a place where migrants come together and where they meet. It's a place where they feel welcome. It's a place where the newer, smaller, migrant-owned and migrant-managed businesses can promote their business. It has very much become part of the Rotorua annual plan performances that are organised in collaboration between the night market and the Rotorua Multicultural Council and our numerous ethnic communities. You only have to think of what happens every year when the Latin American fiesta is there, and the Rotorua residents, who are usually not particularly outgoing people, all of them, but they are dancing in the street, and people look forward to that, and the level of pride it gives the migrant community from Latin America. As just one example, there are the Sri Lankans, the Indians, the Chinese. They all love celebrating, showing off their cultures at the night markets. So we also have to think about a proposal I heard a while ago, that the volunteers who are at these ethnic festivals at the night markets may be charged $100 to put up their little table, to sell a few bits of home-cooked food and to sell some of the crafts that they've made. I doubt that they take $100, let alone make $100. So please reconsider any plans you might have had to charge people who set up little tables at the ethnic celebrations at the night markets. There is a draft welcoming community plan which we will be considering at the Settlement Network, which Christine Morris chairs for us now that Rajanta is no longer there, and we will go through all the various proposals of what Council will be doing to be a welcoming organisation, and just remembering all the volunteering hours that go into the welcoming communities activities where we collaborate with Council, which we are delighted to do. We are delighted with all the support you provide to us, but don't take away the night market. Wherever you're going to locate it does not really matter, but it needs to be there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Margaret. We really appreciate you bringing this perspective to your submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have Claire Stewart who has come. If you'd like to make your submission now, we will welcome you to. And elected members, this is submission number 98, page 288. Welcome, Claire.
Morena. No Aotearoa no Island toku whakapapa, no Tairāwhiti Inare Inaine, no Te Rohi o Tūhaurangi Aho. Ko Tarawera te Maunga, ko Lake Tarawera te Awa, ko Claire Stewart Aho, noku te whiwhi ki te tū mō te kaupapa o te wā. Nō reira, tina koutou, tina koutou, tina koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know that you've had a lot of us in here, and so I'd like to start by saying that the lake did look stunning this morning. There is no doubt that those of us who live at Lake Tarawera and all those who come and enjoy the lake are privileged. It's a place of deep beauty and deep connection. But that privilege hasn't come easy, and it's come through sweat and tears, and in my case, generations of commitment and care. My children are fifth generation to live on the land that we have at Tarawera. My husband's great-grandfather first came here over 100 years ago. So we bought our home from my husband's parents at full market value 5 years ago, and we are a single income household with 2 children. My husband has a serious health condition that means he needs full-time care, and so like many others in our community, our roots run deep, and so do our responsibilities. And that's why getting clarity on the sewage project matters so much, and why it's been so difficult. So for at least the last 5 years, we've been navigating a process that has lacked clarity. We've had to challenge decisions, appeal the process, and fight at every step to understand what's happening and to have a say in it. I'm a member of the Lake Tarawera Working Group and a founding member of the Lake Tarawera Community Group. Involvement in these groups, for me, is about uplifting, supporting and protecting our community. And in the case of the sewage project, it's about trying to reach an outcome that is fair and reasonable for all. What has been hard to navigate is that we feel we have been treated differently to other communities. The approach taken with us, particularly around funding, consultation and timelines, has lacked clarity, and at times it's felt like we've been positioned to set up for failure with the language used. All we want is to be treated equally. Don't write different rules for us. Don't create separate processes. Just work with us and with your partners, especially the Regional Council, to deliver an outcome that respects all parties. So we accept that there's a job to be done here in this, but the way this has been handled has placed strain on people's lives and livelihoods. In our case, the only way we'll be able to meet the cost is by going to the bank and seeking a mortgage extension. If we're lucky enough, they'll approve it. The fallback option will be to pay the interest on our rates. The idea that we should sign up to an open-ended cost is not just unfair, it's irresponsible. For a young-ish single income family, $36,000 is a massive sum. And we are not alone in this. There are many in our community in similar positions, families, retirees, people doing their best to hold on to a place that means so much to them. But it's not just about the money, it's about trust. It's about being treated fairly in the solution and not just being handed a decision. It's about the council showing it can treat all communities with consistency, with respect, and with an understanding of the real impacts that your decisions have. We will find a way to pay at $36,000, but because we believe in doing the right thing for the lake, for our community and the next 5 generations that come after my kids, but it will come at a cost, and that won't just be financial, that's personal, emotional and physical. So please don't make the cost higher than it needs to be. Please treat us fairly. Ngā mihi nui.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koe hoki. Thank you very much to you as well, Claire. So I'm just going to ask, we are finished now for the morning, and before we go into our afternoon session later, I'll just ask if I can please have a mover and a seconder that council resolves to extend the meeting by more than 6 hours. Thank you. Moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And we will be back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much, Councillor Wang and Councillor Kaifong, for joining us online as well. We'll see you all at 2.
Haere mai ki Konihira o Ngā Roto no Rotorua Hui. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Rotorua Lakes Council annual plan hearings for this afternoon. We have got Councillor Wang and Mayor Tapsell joining us online this afternoon. I'd like to welcome former Councillor Reynold McPherson and your team from the Rotorua District Residents and Ratepayers Association to make your submission. So the process is, Reynold, that there is 5 minutes. There is a little timer in front of you, and when the time runs out, you'll hear a little bell ring. If you finish before the 5 minutes, if you're happy to take questions, then we can ask you questions if there is time. So we're over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Sandra, and it's good to be back. I'll begin. The RDRR, thank you, first of all, for your service to the community. Secondly, we've got about 3,500 people that follow our Facebook. They'd like to suggest areas that would further improve your service to the community. First, with regard to leadership, we acknowledge the Council's much improved approach to policy making and implementation. However, we remain concerned about the near exclusive partnership with Te Arawa. Elected members swear an oath to act in the best interests of the Rotorua District, and our motto is Tātou Tātou, us together. Hence, we urge the development of an updated council vision, mission and priority statement that indicates equitable benefits for all stakeholders as full partners. Second, with regard to debt, we support the focus in the plan on core services, but we question the 10-year plan and the proposed annual plan being built on debt. The 41 million drawdown for this year alone, apart from museum restoration, now appears rather reckless in a context of national austerity and volatile international trade. We need, we believe, a more responsive and disciplined annual evaluation process to, quote, stop the spend. Rates. The reduced rates increase is a big step towards rates justice for struggling ratepayers facing an affordability crisis. However, the decision lacks an evidence base. We urge you to adopt benchmarking in each area of the budget against either the Consumer Price Index, the Local Government Prices Index, the Labour Cost Index, or the Infrastructure Cost Index. We oppose the annual cost plus budgeting because it inflates spending without challenge. Fourth point, financial strategy. We reject the $2.4 billion investment plan with debt peaking at $574 million. This plan reflects an uncritical acceptance of inherited commitments and a lack of debt reduction planning. Hence, we recommend financial reviews embedded in the annual formative evaluations of all programs, with quarterly updates and automatic right-sizing to boost Council's productivity. The CCOs. We urge Council to reintegrate Rotorua New Zealand for 3 reasons. First, to end the subsidies to tourist businesses and events such as Crankworks, to enhance the productivity of Sir Howard Morrison Centre, the Energy Event Centre and the Aquatic Centre, and of course the International Stadium. And thirdly, to boost innovation in the CPD, forestry and wood processing, and agribusiness using industry-backed incubators and workforce development. Next CCO, we applaud the reintegration of InfraCore. That's been very successful, and now would support some asset sales to reduce debt. We also accept business as usual at the Rotorua Regional Airport, pending the national review of regional airports, and expert research into potential joint ownership or sale to an airport management company or an international airline to help retire debt. Number 6, we recommend cancelling Council's membership of the Local Government New Zealand to end cronyism, waste and misaligned political advocacy while continuing to access valuable professional and organisation development services. 7, the specific proposals. We support the deferral of FOGO to save costs. We give conditional support to option 2 of the Tarawera sewage scheme because it balances the costs between residents and wider environmental responsibilities while awaiting the outcome of a request for support from to Regional Council. We took a very sharp lesson in recent days. The heavy rain overloaded the antiquated Ngongataha scheme sewage system and once again polluted homes, gardens and Lake Rotorua. Night market. Please end the subsidy and transfer ownership by tender to a charitable organisation, as with the Kurau Park market. Similarly, please end the subsidy and sell council's share in Crankworks. Please also scrap the iPark contract and revitalise the CPD with competitive free parking. The general message is that council has no business being in business. Can I have one more minute? Thank you. The capital works. Please prioritise and reschedule essential infrastructure only, adding a new budget challenge process. Hannahs Bay residents, for example, urge maintenance instead of the proposed but uncosted Waikawa Reserve upgrade. And finally, we suggest that you support Auckland Council's call for the government to consider a bed tax and a reciprocal visa policy with China. Secondly, we endorse Council's collaboration with central government initiatives to improve law and order, but without being drawn into making financial commitments. And finally, we'd like to acknowledge the local MP's significant contributions to international trade while encouraging him to take further action in line with his call to stop dumping homeless in Rotorua. Kia ora tātou, e pātai anō.
Thank you very much, Reynold, for that. Yes, you've used your time, but we realise that you have your group with you and you've done a lot of work in this space, so thank you very much for coming today to make your submission in person.
We appreciate your attention. Thank you very much. And to those of you that helped us in the preparation of this presentation. Taki te ona pia. I hope to see you again. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Well done.
Thank you. Councillors, just if you want to get ready, submit a 64, page 173. I'd like to call upon Paul Van Praer, is it? Thank you. Would you like to come forward now? Welcome, Paul. I'll just check that that microphone's got a green light on.
Can I push the button?
Yes, please. So
How's that?
You. That's great.
That's better?
So your 5 minutes begin when you're ready.
All right. Right. Kia ora, and thank you, Deputy Mayor and councillors, for your time. I know it's the weekend's coming up and you're probably looking forward to these submissions to finish. 1968, 57 years ago, my parents were travelling from Waitara in Taranaki to the Coromandel for our family holiday. A good friend of my parents asked them to drop into Lake Tarawera on the way to the Coromandel and mow the lawns and put a for sale sign up on their family batch at Tarawera. After a long drive and Spencer Road not being sealed, we finally found the property. Our family had the best week ever at Lake Tarawera. We all fell in love with the lake, so my parents decided to purchase the batch. We kept the batch in the family, or to keep the batch in the family, my wife and I purchased it 10 years ago, and now we are facing a $50,000 bill to connect to a sewage reticulation system that will put our continued enjoyment and connection to Lake Tarawera at risk. On the 21st of March 2021, I made a submission and wrote a letter to the CEO, Jeff Williamson, concerning the costs of the reticulation and the lack of funding from Rotorua Lakes Council and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. Plus, comparing Lakeside Tarawera property rates with Lakeside Rotorua property rates, not a lot has changed when comparing rates of lakeside properties with similar size and capital value. Lake Tarawera properties pay on average $200 to $300 more per year in rates, but Rotorua properties have sewerage and water included in their rates, and Lake Tarawera do not have sewerage and water included because the council do not provide these services. Homoana Street example I used for this particular submission. I've done a bit of homework since that, so I'll mention that as well. But you look at the sewerage and the urban water, comes to a total of $1,382.49, which is a service that Lake Tarawera do not receive. So when I did a comparison, when you compare the Spencer Road rate of $5,613.46 and the Homoana Street rate of $5,439.98, then take the sewerage and water off Homoana Street rates, Spencer Road is paying $1,559.97 more than Homoana Street per year. All these years, Lake Tarawera ratepayers have been subsidising the Rotorua Lakes Council district with higher rates from the Lake Tarawera ratepayers to carry out infrastructure projects. I feel it is time Rotorua Lakes Council help fund the Lake Tarawera sewerage scheme by increasing the lake enhancement levy. Just a point to note, when I did write this letter to Jeff Williamson, the past CEO, the scheme cost was going to be $33,000. This is back in 2021. We're now looking at $50,000. Large increase. So since this, I've actually done a bit more homework and I've compared a lot more properties, and they range from Kawaha Point Road. The differential is we're paying the Lake Tarawera property, a similar property, Lakeside, is paying $288.37 more per year. The Manahi Ave, Spencer Road property is paying $989.50 more per year. And there's another Manahi Road, Ave, we're paying $697.33 more per year in rates. These properties are all about $200,000 or $300,000 either side of the one I'm comparing it to in Spencer Road. The point I'm trying to make is that with every comparison I have made, the Lake Tarawera properties have been paying more than their fair share in rates, building Rotorua's infrastructure over all these years. If you take 420 Lake Tarawera properties and multiply this figure, I just got a wee while to go here, and multiply this figure by $500, I've used quite a conservative average, and extra rates per year per property, and you times that by 5 years, that's $1,050,000 per 5 years that's going into the district. Not Lake Tarawera, into the district. And that's the conservative figure. And I have the figures here if you want them. I urge you as representatives to do the right thing and increase the Lakes Enhancement Levy to help pay for Lake Tarawera's sewerage reticulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, for making your submission today.
No questions?
No questions, sorry, we've now run out of time.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon Duncan Evans, that's submitter 61, page 135, councillors. Welcome, Duncan. Bring your hands so the time will start when you're ready.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Firstly, my wife apologises for not being here today. She has grandchildren commitments, but this submission is on behalf of us both. And as long-standing Tarawera property owners, we deeply value this community and we support the sewerage scheme in principle. However, we remain concerned about the disproportionate financial burden placed upon property owners. In December 2003, in this very chair, a colleague and I presented a petition to this council, backed by 286 signatures, and while we affirmed support for the project at that time, we made it clear that we do not support it under any terms or at any cost. Our request was simple: authentic consultation that ensures a fair, reasonable and certain outcome. Our position has not changed. This position has also been echoed through the many affordability and emotional stories you have heard over the past few days. That said, we've got to get in this together, and today is the first day in the rest of our lives. We must look forward and we must focus on solutions. Your annual plan deliberations that you're going into next week present a new opportunity to ensure that the funding of this scheme is equitable, fair and sustainable to all. We have two key requests that I urge you to carefully consider in your deliberations. Number one, firstly, we ask that you do recognise the severity of the financial challenges imposed on the many Tarawera property owners. These financial pressures that you've heard over the last 2 days are real, deeply troubling and must be taken into consideration in your deliberations. Secondly, and this is important and perhaps a point that hasn't been shared with the Council to date, Tarawera property owners are the single largest financial contributors to this scheme. While the final amount remains uncertain, one fact is clear: our community is collectively writing out the fattest cheque. With such a significant stake, we must have a level of respect that reflects this contribution. Over the period of this project, Council's communication and propaganda has included misinformation, lack commercial credibility, transparency and accuracy. And not only to property owners and the public, but I do say to you as elected members also. Property owners have been treated like philanthropists rather than the key stakeholders and key funding contributors, and this approach must change. As I said, let's focus on solutions. Over the past few weeks, as a member of the Lake Tarawera Sewerage Working Group, I have collaborated extensively with your executive team and advocated that your capital project plan must be more inclusive. 3 points. It should serve as a fully transparent, comprehensive document binding all stakeholders, inclusive of all applicable terms, conditions and financial details. Secondly, the calculations must reflect the utmost effort to minimise the capital cost and the financial pressures outlined in multiple submissions. Third point. Furthermore, once it can be agreed, and hopefully it can be agreed, it should be incorporated into all relevant property files and LIM reports managed by the Rotorua Lakes Council as a record of understanding. Moving to the financials, our position aligns with the working group in supporting 1, a capital rate capped and at a maximum of 36,600 including GST, and the exclusions of all escalations including those surrounding Lake Rotorua. As per our submission, it is however important to emphasise that both the terms capped and maximum can carry equal significance in relation to the 36,600 figure. With collaboration and a hand on heart, we strongly believe a lower capital rate just under 32,000, including GST, is achievable. This can be realised through 4 things. 1, exclusion of all the post-September 23 budget escalation as proposed by the working group. 2, the allocations of the option 3 additional 4 million, and thank you very much for this offer. Full utilisation of the 2.05 million better off funding, and additionally a 1.04 million credit adjustment due to fewer installations in stage 2. Just to quickly explain, it was originally 446, it's now 408. 30 seconds, please.
Final comment.
Councillor, I urge you to strive for this outcome. At this lower figure, I predict a significantly higher number of signed locality plans, a greater acceptance of property owners than at the 36,600. This decision is an opportunity to rebuild trust trust that has been seriously eroded over the course of the project. It's a chance for the Council to regain the social licence within the community that your executive is seeking, and if we align on a fair solution now, we can accelerate the completion of the project, minimising further disruption. I have shared this financial model with your executive and remain available to support further discussions. The time to action is now. I urge you to deliver a solution that respects and reflects the interests of the Tarawera community as the largest financial contributor. And I do thank you for the extra time.
Thank you very much for that, Duncan. The next presenter is Dr. Stuart Coulson. It's submitter 69, page 183. I understand there is a presentation which is just being loaded up, councillors. Good afternoon, Dr. Coulson. So we're in your hands. Your 5 minutes will start when you're
Thank
you're
you,
ready.
Deputy Mayor and councillors. You will have read that my submission is in support of that of the Lake Tarawera Sewerage Working Group. And in making this submission, it was my intent to provide a simple calculation that illustrated the fair basis for the sharing of costs of this project, as it has been my long experience that there is benefit in returning to the underlying principles in any situation that is as tortuous as this project has become. Now, however, since submitting my submission, I realised that there are two assumptions that I made for which there are better options. While this doesn't change the logic of what I've submitted, I suggest that you think of the principle that I'm illustrating rather than the precise magnitude of some of the interim dollar values that I necessarily cover. You will also have read, I have calculated that it would be fair that the wider district, collectively with the Lake Tarawera ratepayers, put the first $40 million into this scheme in repayment for the historic rates contribution of this sum by the Lake Tarawera ratepayers over the past 50 years and in present value dollars. A sum that is widely felt, as you just heard, to have rather more directly benefited ratepayers in the wider Rotorua community and not them. My understanding is that this imbalance has been accepted by the ratepayers within the context of the social contract within which we operate as a community, and that we in our different sections contribute to the common good, even if much of the infrastructure developed is not of specific value to us. We do this in the understanding that when it is fair and necessary, the wider community will contribute to our particular need. What I haven't allowed for in my calculation is the benefit that the Lake Tarawera ratepayers get from the central city facilities. I did seek to get a measure of the costs of these from your website, but wasn't successful in this. On reflection, I could have been more generous in my assumption that the Lake Tarawera ratepayers benefit from just a third of the rates they pay. It would seem more likely that the figure could be between half and 2/3 of what they pay in rates. My second change, which I show on this slide that's projected over our heads, is in my calculation of the total rates collected. The calculation of my submission was based on the low rating of the 2024-25 annual uniform charge for single vacant property. Later, I remembered that I could get the precise information for the developed properties from your rating database. With the knowledge of this information, I redid my arithmetic to calculate a likely total historic and present value collection of some $120 million in rates from the Lake Tarawera area and a likely imbalance of 80 million. Now that's at the 1/3 ratio. It would become 40 million if we accepted a 2/3 return on the rates being paid by the residents of Lake Tarawera. Now, in covering all of this, I accept that the working group is not asking for full payment. My point is that the very least you can do is what they ask, which is to set a minimum rate of $36,600 and exclude all costs due to escalation in the Green Lake protest. Indeed, as an aside, I would rather expect that you will be recovering the costs of the Green Lake protest from the protesters their actions are unprincipled and opportune. And in conclusion, the expectations of our social contract and the principle of fairness suggest you can reasonably do rather more than is being offered at the present time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coulson. We've got time for a question if you're happy to take one.
Certainly.
Are there any questions, councillors, to Dr. Coulson on his submission? No, there don't appear to be, so thank you very much, Dr. Coulson, for your submission this afternoon. Our next submitter is Chris Hanson. It's submitter 68, page 181, councillors. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you. When you're ready.
Thanks very much. Councillors, Deputy Mayor, thank you for seeing us today. You've heard lots of figures in the past, and I've been here and attended them all. I'm part of the person who's actually assembled these people who are going to battle with you, so I'm pretty happy with them. I would like to start with the community. The community is everything to me. I started my youth here in Rotorua. I went to Selwyn School, Aotea Intermediate, Western Heights, and played for Nongata. From there, I went on out to Tarawera because I enjoyed the simplicity of the place and what it had to offer. Hunting, fishing was my spare time. From there, I met a partner and I married in the orchard of Lake Tarawera. From there, we were looking for a home. For a home in Rotorua at the time, we didn't have enough money for that. I was starting a business and we managed to find a batch on Spencer Road, $85,000 I think it was, $20,000 deposit, we were in, and we started our family. Unknown to me at that time, I wasn't the only one doing that. There was a number of young parents doing that. And yes, hence that's where we get the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And it was very true of what happens in Tarawera and still happening today. There were several things that needed to be built because of the numbers of children and people there. We needed a play centre. We needed a fire unit. We needed places to take our children, sailing. All these things were all created by the people who live within that area, whilst contributing their rates to what happens in the city here. And, you know, we just got on with it. And I think now, in reflection of all those people that have put all that good time in, we see the children from that going out into the community, going out into the world. They're not a burden to society. They're doing things. They're teachers, they're doctors, they're painters, they're builders. And yeah, it's good to see because we're running out of places where young men and women can grow without the distraction of all the things around them today. And ultimately, it's got to be good for Rotorua. We've seen tourism come to the lake, and we welcome it. We've seen the pressure go on all the public areas. That's something that hopefully Council is working on. I know we've got a sewerage scheme which is designed to go up to 1,000 homes or connections. Currently, we're looking at 410, I think. So Council will, in the end, I'm sure will do all right when all these other connections come online. So my thought is that whatever we can do with the numbers, we've talked about the numbers, you know them all, I don't have to repeat them, but we've got to get the best possible outcome for our community. Our community is hurting, it's broken, and I'm part of putting it back together. So with that task ahead of me, that's where I'll be focusing on, and I just hope Council can get together with the different people and what need to be done to get this right. And we can get on producing some good people coming out of that area. Tarawera is not on its own, it's a piece of Rotorua. As the Rotorua, as the other lakes that lie around. We're not separate, we're all together. So I'd like to see some communication keep going. It's happening only just recently, but we're getting close and I'm proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation. Councillors, our next submitter is Sarah Gordon. It's page 70, submitter 70, page 185. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. You'll just hear a little bell at the end of the 5 minutes. You've got the timer there in front of you, so when you're ready.
Very good. Hello, everyone. I'm a homeowner at Lake Tarawera.
Can I just check if that microphone is on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, can you just bring it forward a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm a homeowner at Lake Tarawera and have been for 20 odd years. I thought it was important to come and speak to everyone today because we're not just a form on a piece of paper that you've got in front of you. I'm a real person and I think it's important that you acknowledge that Tarawera is a community. It's not just made up of rich buggers, apparently. That's what we are, but there's not just rich buggers. There's a wide range of pensioners, young people, and some rich buggers, just like any community, probably like the community that you guys live in. So why I feel that there should be some more contribution from ratepayers in Rotorua is that Tarawera is an open lake. People come, I see them, they picnic, they swim, they use the lake, and I've spoken to a lot of them, and they're from Rotorua. So they get to use it, but not just that. There's all the visitors that come and hire houses at Lake Tarawera, and they take part in all the wonderful events that are run by the city, and there's overseas tourists, and they come and spend money in Rotorua. So I feel very strongly that the onus shouldn't just be on the residents to pay such a huge amount of money, because it is a huge amount of money. And I think in my submission I put that if I honestly asked you guys if this happened in your neighbourhood and someone said to you, yeah, we don't really know what it's going to cost, but you have to have this and you're going to pay for it, how would you honestly feel about that? So I'm sure it's been said before, but Helen Clark, Todd McClay, a past chairman of the Regional Council, they've all come out in articles and said the onus shouldn't be on the community to meet such a huge amount of a cost. That, the lakes, Helen Clark put in her paper that the lakes are for everyone, so it's unfair, especially small communities, just to put the onus on them paying for something which, we're past this now, but I'd be really interested to see down the track what the improvement in the lake quality is for that amount of money being spent. I also wanted to acknowledge that I kind of feel like the sewage scheme has been a bit of a blueprint for not how to conduct projects. And I think going forward, it would be awesome if kind of lessons were learnt, and if you have to take on a big project like this again, that some of the mistakes won't be repeated. There was quite a bit of misinformation and I'm being probably kind here, calling it misinformation, put out into the community about the load on the lake, and that had to be taken down at a later point because it wasn't actual. I'm not sure how, because I'm not privy to the information that you guys get, but I'm not sure what the oversight is on these third-party contractors. How are you keeping the costs in check? Because they seem to have ballooned a lot. Just personally, my interactions with some of the third-party contractors have been not particularly satisfactory, and I don't have a resolution yet for where everything's going to go on my property, despite emailing, having visits with people on site. So yeah, I don't want to point the finger or point blame, but I do want people to learn from this process, and I feel that it could have been done a lot better and not lost the trust of the Tarawera community, which is where I feel we are at the moment. But thank you for your time. And thank you for listening, and I hope that we can resolve this problem.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for coming in for your presentation. Councillors, our next submitter is online. Just checking that he is ready. Okay, just if you want to, it's a submitter that was going to present earlier today, so it's Jim Dobby, it's submitter 54 and it's page 123. Hello Jim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We can see you on screen now, so can you see us?
Yes, I'm ready. Is that Sandra?
Yes, it is. It's Deputy Mayor here. We have Mayor Council and Councillor Wang online and the other councillors here in the chamber. You have 5 minutes to make your submission. I'm not sure if you can see there's a little clock there, but you will hear a bell at the end of the 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start now then?
Yes, start when you're ready.
Okay. Well, thanks for the opportunity to present my thoughts, and I'm speaking to you from my 11-year-old grandson's bedroom, so there may be a few background distractions. My written submission noted that my wife and I have been Rotorua ratepayers since 1981, so therefore have been assisting other Rotorua sewage schemes and communities reticulate sewage over the last 44 years. So we have the general feeling now that it's our turn to be assisted. However, my main item that I want to present is that Stage 1 has been designed and installed for at least twice the number of properties that are currently being connected. So we should not be asked to pay for that extra capacity, is my concern. I know that it is prudent to future-proof infrastructure, but the additional cost of doing this must not be placed on the existing Tarawera ratepayers. The extra costs should be funded by debt, and the government's new local water done well policy actually encourages this. So a little bit of background explaining why I can say this. In August 2022, I wrote to all councillors and had an encouraging reply from actually you, Sandra. It was very prompt. I was generally supportive of Stage 1, but my key concern was the technical performance and the scope of the project, in particular, Stage 1. I'm a retired professional engineer experienced with very complex piping systems, so council staff provided me some limited technical information, but on the understanding I was to keep it confidential, and I've done that. I've not shared any of it. I had a number of concerns based on what I saw, what they provided, and provided specific suggestions to Ian Stabler and Stavros Michael, quite specific, and including a relevant technical paper, and I provided those things in October 2022. A key issue at that stage, and still is the assumed daily flow rates were too high, and the main pipe size for Stage 1 was oversized. Last month, I reminded Ian of a critical operating situation now that we're not too far away from the Stage 1 being commissioned. And while it's been commissioned and once it starts pumping sewage, there's a very critical operation to maintain its capacity. And if that's forgotten by operating systems or inadequate controls or lack of fresh water to flush it, the capacity of that system will dramatically reduce. It will ruin the main line, basically. In reply, Ian advised me by email just about a week ago, 7th of May, and I'll quote this because it's important. The Tarawera scheme has been sized to account for the future growth of the Tarawera catchment and the seasonal variations the area experiences. So it's the future growth thing that we're being asked to pay for, the extra cost. So I think, well, I'm sure the extra cost of the larger pipe that actually has been installed, much larger than needed for the existing population out there, and the longer route that has been selected, which obviously allows future development between sort of Black Barn and Lake Rotorua, and also future development between Lake Tikatapu and the mountain bike part, that particular cost of that particular route as compared to a more direct route that would just service the number of residents that are there now, those extra costs just shouldn't be assigned to the existing Rotorua ratepayers when they're clearly an item of infrastructure development for the future. So I'm open for questions because I can back up anything I've said with numbers, but I just realise time is of the essence of these presentations.
Jim, you do have about another 50 odd seconds if you did want to continue, otherwise I can ask councillors if they have a question.
Well, if there's any questions, I'd prefer to deal with those, but I can give you some quick examples if you want to understand the capacity that's been installed.
That might be better because we've only got another half a minute or so, so if you just quickly want to...
Yes, okay. Well, the existing system is capable of basically dealing with 450 households at the normal sort of daily flow rate. It can pump the whole lot out in just 2 hours. What happens in a day, the existing system will actually pump it all out in 2 hours. So grossly oversized, but obviously it has to perhaps 3 times that capacity, 6 hours during the summer. But there's massive capacity for a whole lot more houses to be added to the system. We shouldn't be paying for that extra capacity.
Thank you very much, Jim, for taking the time to make your submission today. And we've now run out of time, so unfortunately we'll be unable to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm always available to Ian or Stavros to provide more information when they get to the stage of splitting out that extra cost that's assigned for the future.
Thank you very much for that offer, and I'll pass that along.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, we will need to take a break now. There are no other submitters that have come in, even though they had indicated that they would like to present. So we will come back at 3 o'clock. Nick Phoeben, who has submitted number 31 to come forward. Welcome, Nick. Just check the little green light on the microphone is on.
Are we on? Yes.
Yes, that's better. Just pull it closer to you if you like.
Perfect.
Yep. You have 5 minutes, so you'll see that there is a little clock counting down in front of you and the little bell will ring at the end of the 5 minutes.
Sure.
So when you're ready.
Kia ora katoa. Thank you for your time. My name's Nick Phoeben. I'm one of the food truck vendors here at the night market, and I would like just to present a couple of points to the council further to my written submission. To keep this as brief as I can, I just wanted to run down each of the 4 options provided to the people of our town and give some brief context and feedback from my perspective. These will be in no particular order. Firstly, we have option 4, with that being someone else running the market. Most of the vendors have either experienced firsthand or heard anecdotal evidence of other organisations running markets in other towns and cities, especially Tauranga and Auckland, for example. I personally haven't attended the last 2 lakefront concerts, as an outside organisation ran those, and they actually charge between $500 and $600 per night for a site fee. Then they let all the public bring in all their food anyway, which I'm sure you can imagine is highly unsuccessful for a business who is trying to sell food. These organisations are profit-based, and their fees are, for want of a better word, extortionate. I could go into more detail, but time won't allow at this stage. The fact remains that this model would frankly not be viable for most vendors, and personally I think it's kind of a bad look for a council to be praising their town for our tourism and our manaakitanga on one hand when we've just had the Trends conference, while at the same time saying, look, either we can't afford it, can't be bothered, so let someone else do it and sell it to someone else. So I think that's not, as a city, what we stand for. Option 3, the alternative location. I'm not wholly against this idea, but without knowing the specifics of the alternatives, it's simply quite difficult to make a yes or a no decision just purely based on that. If this option were to be explored, an all-weather option would be good to look at. Although in my 12 months on my records, March 24 to 25, there was 8 cancellations out of 52, which on a business sense is not that bad, although it does feel worse because a lot of those cancellations are grouped into winter often. Next, we have option 2, which is moving the market to only 6 months of the year. For many of us, this isn't a hobby or a weekend side hustle. This is our livelihood. This is what we do. This is our passion. We're business people. We're running a business. So this would be highly detrimental. It would kill a lot of us, and we'd be forced to go elsewhere and out of town for work. For 15 years, the night market has been a bastion for community, spirit and hope and gathering. The mandate for the market was to help revitalise the CBD, and I personally would argue that for a number of years now the market is the only thing revitalising the CBD at the moment, albeit for only 1 day a week. I actually walked down to Tanakai Street last Thursday when the market was cancelled, and it was a ghost town. When the market is on, shops stay open later, bars on the strip get extra revenue, and the town just feels alive. I actually spoke to one of my regular customers yesterday at the market, and she said they come to the market every week, they grab some food and they go to the Pig and Whistle for drinks afterwards. And just out of interest, I asked her and I said, did you go, given that it was cancelled the last 2 weeks, did you go to the pub anyway? And they said, no, there was no point, the market wasn't on, so they didn't want to come into town. And this story is just one of many similar stories I've heard over the last few weeks. And finally, we're left with option 1, so keep the market as it is. On balance, I agree with this option the most. However, most of the vendors, myself included, are bemused by the statement that it costs $200,000 a year to run. We don't know what these figures are, and in a time of cost rises and people worried about rates increases, I think it looks a little bit disingenuous, especially during an election year, to sort of throw figures at people without showing full breakdowns. I don't think it's fair on us, because we can't defend those figures. What wasn't shared is on average, there's around 60 vendors at the market. We pay roughly $100 a week each, some more, some less. So $6,000 a week, around $250,000 a year in revenue just from the vendors alone. and plus the $1,200 a year for our licensing just to exist. So I think it's fair to ask where the money is going. We have a right to know. We are stakeholders and invested parties in this market, so we want to be involved and directly involved in how this can be improved moving forward. In summary, the market gives this town life. The market gives the town something to be proud of. With it, the Rotorua is stronger. It's together. It's multicultural. It's thriving. And if we're talking about things we can't afford, the most important thing here is we can't afford to lose the people that are integral to the night market. So thank you for your time. And I nailed the 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Bang on time.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Justin Smith. It's submitter number 30 on page 52. Welcome, Justin.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Justin Smith, local to Rotorua, and been operating at the night market since its inception some 14, 15 years ago. I'll start the other way to what Nick did, keeping the market in its present position. I know quite a few people who run markets in different places, some bigger, some smaller, obviously, some with road closures, some with not, and they turn a profit. So finding it a little bit difficult, as was Nick, as to why it's costing so much money to keep it going. The same thing, 2 weeks ago, the market was cancelled and we were in town, went down to Eat Street, had dinner. Talking to the people, they said that it was very much quieter than a normal Thursday night. So it does have a spin-off, and obviously with the shops in the street as well. The CBD would be very, very dead without it, albeit that it's only one night a week, but it does add a lot of vibrancy. The change of location, where? The village green would be an obvious choice, but it's on grass, so anything sort of rainy gets damaged a lot. It's close to Eat Street, so there's competition, but it's different clientele, so I don't think that would matter too much. The only in summer, would lose its momentum, I feel. Too much startup, and then the CBD would go dark again. So I wouldn't think that would be a very good one. The option of letting somebody else run it, same as what Nick was saying, I've had first-hand experience of some of the sharks that are out there, and they've actually got no passion whatsoever for where they are or who they're dealing with. And basically it's just sort of as much as they can put in their pockets rather than anything else. If it did go that way, we as a group have a fairly diverse background in a lot of fields, some with event management, definitely social media, human resource, accounting. There's a lot of us that weren't just food truck operators. And if it did go that way, we would be seriously prepared to form a collective and with help from council or alongside council, whichever way that worked, go ahead and see what we could do without it incurring any cost to the ratepayers, because I believe that with the amount of money that's coming in, we could actually go ahead and make that not turn a profit, but at least not burden the ratepayer. The council proposed $80,000 to bolster the operating costs of whoever would take it over. We feel that that could probably just go towards infrastructure if it was to move, because probably the biggest cost to the existing market is the fact that it's in the middle of Tūtanakai Street, and it takes a lot of people to close it off. The health and safety issues are huge. So, I mean, if the council could find a nice spot for us that was safer to operate from, we could take the problem off your hands, but that wouldn't be my first choice. The first choice would be to leave it as it is, but to sit down and try and figure out why it's costing so much money, whereas it shouldn't, in fact, to my way of thinking. And in a nutshell, that's basically all I had to say. I'd prefer it to stay where it is because it's well known and it's beneficial to Rotorua as a whole. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money coming in. If it's dipping into the ratepayers for a further 200k, then it's either creative accounting or there's something wrong. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin, for coming in, making your submission and finishing right on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Our next presenter is here, which is Terry Schick, submitter number 79, councillors, and it's on page 202. And I have an apology from Councillor Maxwell, who has to leave now. Sorry, councillors, can we just take a pause? I just have a little glitch here that I just need to resolve. Apologies, Terry. I just need to make sure I have the right number of councillors here in the room before I can reconvene.
Okay.
Based on our current standing orders.
Okay, my name is Terry Schick. My wife and I have lived at Lake Tarawera since
2001. We first my wife first started going to Lake Tarawera in 1962, myself in 1976. From 1986 we camped at Hotwater Beach until we bought at Lake Tarawera in 1995. Rotorua was my business support city from 1980 to 2021. International Harvester, Caterpillar, Transdiesel, TWL, to name a few. In the 30 years we have lived at Lake Tarawera, we have paid approximately $150,000 plus GST to Rotorua Lakes Council and Bay of Plenty Rotorua Regional Council, for which we received 52 rubbish bags and a road to drive on. Where did the rest of the money go? I'm sure there would have been some money left over from the $150,000 to put towards some of the infrastructure projects the council was funding, as well as some nice-to-have stuff in the rest of Rotorua. I imagine we will be still paying at least our fair share of rates into the future as well. A few years ago, Brian rang the council regarding a large percentage increase in our rates and was told, if you live at Lake Tarawera, what did you expect? In light of the large contribution from rates that the council has received from us over the years, I believe it is only fair that the whole district share in the burden that this scheme places on residents of Lake Tarawera. After all, if the lake is to remain the playground of the Bay of Plenty and beyond, surely a sizable contribution from Rotorua Lakes Council and Bay of Plenty Regional Council and the government to match the 50% approximately contribution to other lake sewerage schemes in the district have received is not unreasonable. So I support the Lake Tarawera Working Group's submission to the council that sets a capital rate for Lake Tarawera ratepayers at a maximum of $36,600, including GST. That all the current and future escalation costs, including Lake Rotorua costs, are excluded from the project, and that the Rotorua Lakes Council engage with Plenty Regional Council for funds to match the rates like Rotorua Lakes Council contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry, for your submission. Our next submitter is Elizabeth Johnson. It's submitter 85. It's page 214. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Excuse me. Do I address you as the deputy?
Yes, you can. That's fine. So, Elizabeth, just when you're ready, you've got the 5 minutes. You'll see the counter in front of you there, and the bell will ring at the 5 minutes. Just bring that microphone nice and close so we can hear you.
Okay.
And the green light's on in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, just when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Rotorua Lake councillors. My name is Elizabeth Johnson, and yesterday, the 15th of May, was the 10-year anniversary of our family purchasing our property at Lake Tarawera. We may be relatively new to the community compared to some multi-generational families that have enjoyed living or holidaying at Lake Tarawera for many more decades. I, however, did learn to water ski on the beautiful waters of Lake Tarawera in 1973 and have enjoyed many holidays at Hotwater Beach in my teenage years and then hiring batches later in life for family holidays. When we purchased our property 10 years ago, we were aware of and informed ourselves, as much as we could at the time, the future plans of a sewage reticulation scheme replacing the existing septic tanks. We diligently followed the process from the onset and have always supported the fundamental principle of a permanent solution to an environmental issue that can help resolve, even in a small way, the threat to the deterioration of the water quality at Lake Tarawera. When we purchased our property 10 years ago, the annual rates to Rotorua Lakes Council were $2,646.04, with the BOP Regional Council rates at $314.50. Currently, our annual rates to the Rotorua Lake Council are $8,037.72, and BOP Regional Council rates sit at $990.12. That currently equates to $9,027.84 per annum. Our combined rates on one property has increased 305% in a decade. We budgeted the figure of $15,000 to join up to the reticulation scheme, as this was the figure discussed by the Mayor of the Rotorua Lakes Council at this time. However, there was a dramatic lack of progress from 2015 onwards, and it wasn't until the 10th of February 2021 that we signed and returned a letter received from Stravis Michael on behalf of the RLC dated the 3rd of February 21 regarding the start of this process. It was also noted that under the BOP Regional Council's Plan Change 14, septic tanks were no longer allowed and that the advanced wastewater system was required. I feel there needs to be an equitable amount of funding from BOP Regional Council, as it has imposed this ruling on the Tarawera and RLC community. At that time, the estimated total cost was $33,000, including GST per section. All targeted dates on this letter have long been surpassed. Lake Tarawera is a world-renowned lake, and it is the responsibility of the local community, wider district community and the BOP regional community to ensure this project is funded in a fair and equitable manner. Tarawera ratepayers need to have certainty on what the final cost of this scheme is per property. With over 300% increases in rates over the past decade, it is now crucial for us to have certainty on the proposed $36,600 including GST. Any more than this amount will not be fair or equitable for the residents of Lake Tarawera. This is significantly more than the $15,000 originally advised by the Mayor when we purchased at Lake Tarawera in 2015. Finally, I would like to thank the Rotorua Lakes Council in committing to completing this last piece of environmental infrastructure regarding sewage reticulation in the many lakes that sit under your jurisdiction. It is good to know that when we look back in the future, we all tried our best to engage, discuss, participate, and to be a part of a solution to keep this beautiful lake in its pristine state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for your submission today and finishing right on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is David Rendell. It's submitter 82 and it's page 206. Welcome, David.
Good afternoon.
When you're ready.
Obviously today we're here to make submissions on the annual plan. Option 3 is one of the options available with regards to the reticulation of sewage for Lake Tarawera. I've been coming to Lake Tarawera since 1969 with my family holidaying, and up to 1994 when I purchased my own property there. Tarawera is a special place and deserves to be protected for all New Zealanders for the future generations to enjoy. What is of concern is the gross overspending that's been allowed to occur on this project, the mismanagement by senior management council, and managing the costs and running this project professionally has been appalling. This would never happen in a commercially savvy enterprise, nor should it happen here. Council need to look at this area and make some sweeping changes. Without that, we will keep making the same poor management decisions, resulting in the same poor financial outcomes. I've been involved in similar systems at Kawakawa Bay in Outer Auckland. It was provided at a cost to residents of $7,500 plus GST. It has similar distances and topography challenges and makes current costing models look ridiculous in terms of pricing per connection. Notwithstanding that, we now have only 3 options before us. With regards to the Lake Tarawera sewage scheme, I submit in favour of option 3 on the basis of 3 conditions. 1, a cap of $36,600, including GST, is set down in the district plan. 2, that all current and future costs, including the Rotorua costs, are excluded from the project. And 3, any further funding has not been accounted for and the current analysis should be prorated across the project and applied to ratepayers' costs and should not be applied to ratepayers' costs accordingly. The capital project plan should appendix relevant terms and conditions as to ensure all stakeholders are accountable for that delivery. I did support an option 1 of the night market where it remains, and under other feedback, in relation to the rates, that any council, when the economy is struggling as a result of uncontrolled spending appetites, thinks it's appropriate to increase rates again is lacking any fiscal responsibility that we all as businesses need to display. Inflation's heading south and rates are heading north. I also understand there's 7 committees within the district that council sanction that do not operate under the same rules as council meetings. These committees do not publicise their meetings, dates, publicise their minutes to the public, and have monies directed to them and allocated to them which do not appear in the district plan. Some of the undisclosed spending is in the nature of circa $11 million and needs to stop. It's not surprising with these monies being allocated outside the plan that rates seem to keep rising. Council needs to run as a fiscal business and make these committees public so the ratepayers can decide as to their real benefit and not just a few, including the Mayor. That's the end of my submissions.
Thank you very much, David, for your submission. If you are happy to take a question, we have got time for one. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your presentation, David. I was interested in the similar scheme in Auckland that costs $7,500 plus GST. When did that scheme happen?
Granted, that was about 8 years, I believe a decade ago.
About a decade ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there would be a lift on that, but I would say probably looking at other prices around over that period, maybe 15,000. Yep. Certainly it'd be well under the 36,600 that we're now looking at.
Cool. Thank you very much.
No problem. Any further questions?
No, there don't appear to be any further questions. Thank you, David. We'll move on now to submitter Pat Thorpe. Submitter 76, page 197.
Thank you.
Welcome, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak to my submission. I am 92 years old, a widow on a single pension. I have owned the properties of 19 and 17 Ronald Road, Lake Tarawera, since the 1960s. And I have always paid the rates to the lakes and the regional council on time. Over the last 10 years, I have paid over $90,000 in rates. The last 5 years totaled $56,943.74. Why has a portion of this amount not been set aside and suitably invested to assist my payment to the grinder system? In fact, why has the council not done this with all the properties at Lake Tarawera? Maybe I'm wrong. I'd like you to put me right on that. As I said, I am a pensioner. The combined rates for the year 2004 to 2005 were $12,481.57. This amount is roughly equal to 3 months of the pension allowance. How can I ever find extra money to pay for 2 grinder systems? I've always been careful with my money. I have never been in debt. I'm far too old to be given 25 years to pay the grinder system. And I do not intend to force my family into contributing. The changes in costs and suggested contributions have changed so many times over the last few years. I have found this quite distressing. So what can you do to help me arrive at a fair and sensible price for the new sewerage system? Or should I call it wastewater? I have 2 adjoining properties. Do I have to pay twice for a system that I did not ask for? I have only 1 toilet in each house, and I believe you go by bedrooms, I've just discovered, and I have 2 bedrooms in each house. The distance between the houses equals that of putting up 2 separate systems, possibly a little less. I'm looking for a fair and sensible solution. To conclude, I have actually been drinking the lake water for over 65 years. I am the living proof that where I live, the lake water is not polluted. I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No questions?
For coming in to make your submission today.
Thank you. No questions?
If you are happy to take a question, I can just check if... Are you happy to take a question?
Do I have a question?
No, do you want...
No, sorry. I can't
Are you happy
hear
to answer a question if the councillors have any? I don't know if the councillors have got a question.
No.
No, that doesn't appear to be. Thank you very much for coming in this afternoon. Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll take the Lakes Community Board submission. I can see Jen and Phil here, sorry. Sorry about that, Phil. I can't see your head above the back of Councillor O'Brien. Apologies, Councillor O'Brien. Welcome, Phil and Jen, on behalf for the Lakes Community Board submission. Given that it's on behalf of the board, the timer has been changed to 10 minutes, given it's on behalf of the organisation. So we're in your hands, and feel free to start when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Gora. Nice to see you all again, and thank you for taking the time to hear oral submissions. Excuse me. It's been interesting sitting here listening to people talking while we were waiting, and, you know, sewerage is always a very passionate subject for people as it gets to the pointy end of these projects, and I'm sure you remember hearing people out at Rotorua when that scheme was under consideration. Look, I'm just here to reinforce the community board's support for your option 3, so that's increasing the amount put towards the sewerage scheme by the Lakes Enhancement Fund, the $4 million, or the increase of I think it was $11 a year on the scheme. The board has always supported reticulation of sewerage around our lakes. We've also always supported the idea that as much of the schemes as possible should be paid by as wide a group as possible. And even taking out the extra costs of the distance away from a treatment plant or whatever, you know, we're just embarking on upgrading the sewage treatment plant in town here. That costs us spread over 52,000 people and will be hundreds of dollars per household. The cost of a very much smaller scheme at Rotorua spread out over 400 households and will be tens of thousands of dollars. And so we have never supported the idea that the burden of cost should fall on the immediate residents and property owners who are blighted by the fact that these are very small communities. We do acknowledge that you have gone that extra mile this year and looked towards finding more money for the Tarawera scheme, and we congratulate you on that. I know that you tried hard to get the amount up last year, excuse me, in the long-term plan, and congratulations on going back and looking at it and trying to get a better deal for those ratepayers at Tarawera. I also know that you've been talking with Regional Council and seeing if you could get them to come to the party. I think it's unfortunate that when Lakes Council was contributing $1,500 per property, Regional Council said they would match whatever Lakes Council provided. Now Lakes Council is providing $2,500. They've reneged on that and are sticking with their $1,500. So, but I think it's great that you're looking around for extra funds if possible, and the Lakes Board would obviously encourage you to keep doing that. I think it would be great if you could go back to, you know, I've heard a lot of angst over uncertainty from the people speaking before, and it would be great if you can go out to that community and give a cap on how much they're going to spend. And this was a real issue that you'll remember from the scheme at Rotorua, that until the end of the scheme, no one knew how much it was. So there was a shock and awe, I guess, when we got to the end of the scheme and they saw how much it had gone up to. I understand those rises in costs. I know the level of inflation that councils have had to deal with over, especially since COVID. It's astronomical, the increase in cost over that period of time. So I don't see it as mismanagement or anything like that. It's been a real whammy for every council in New Zealand. That's why every council's in New Zealand's rates are going up. But we would encourage you to try and work to a figure of maybe closer to, I'm going to say 36,000 per household as a cap. One of the reasons for that is I feel more confident that if you went out with that, you would get wide acceptance from the community and we could just go all out and get that scheme completed quickly. The quicker it's completed, the less it's going to cost. But as I said, I do acknowledge that you have managed to find this extra money for them and congratulate you on that. The final thing I would say about the Tarawera sewage scheme is that it's important to separate out the inflationary costs that have been caused by the protests and delays along the reticulated pipeline. They're a cost that has not been brought about by that community. It's been totally outside of their control, and I would encourage you to make sure those costs are separated out from the scheme costs and are spread out over the wider community. And you have a precedent for that when you were establishing the rate for the East Rotorua sewage scheme. You wisely looked at the costs that were caused, the increase in inflation and costs of installation by the massive weather events that spanned over a year out there, and absolutely forced up the costs through totally unforeseen issues, and that cost was spread out through the wider community. And I think you know, it is only fair to be doing the same for Tarawera in terms of those costs that no one could have seen coming. And I was part of a lot of those steering groups coming up to it, and we did all think that we'd covered all our bases on that pipework coming in. So just wanted to put that in there. The other item we submitted on was the night market. Really pleased to hear other people supporting it. It's obviously totally outside of our rohi, the area we look after, but a lot of our constituents go in and use the night market. And just listening to other people, the words I picked up on were things like vibrancy, and the vibrancy in the inner city. And our position about it is that we would like the night market, to see the night market stay where it is, and stay year round. When I go down to the night market quite frequently, when I do, I hear every race and every language and every accent practically in the world you'll hear down there over a couple of weeks. The number of tourists who go there is amazing. The number of locals who go there and take people there. You know, and I know a number of people who do their vegetable shopping there. So it's a great advertisement for Rotorua. It's one of the few things that council does directly in terms of tourism, you know, actually going out to the community, not just tourists, but also our own people. It is the fact that it is in the middle of the city that gives it that vibrancy and life and brings that to the city, and I think it has huge benefits for us as a community and as a place-making activity. I think the having it all year round, there's a really different atmosphere. Between summer, you go down there and it's often still daylight and people are sitting around on the beanbags and having a nice time. And you go down at night, you go down at 6 p.m. on a winter's night, and it's dark and it's cold and you're buying the hot food and eating it and going from stall to stall, and it's a whole different atmosphere. It's but just as exciting in a totally different way. And actually those winter markets remind me the most of the Christmas markets in Berlin, which are very similar. They're all based around food, you know, and hot food in a cold environment. And I think, you know, it is a really special thing. So I encourage you to keep it. I would say the $200,000 is a very small amount out of your $461 million you'll be spending on activities in the coming year. So we've got a minute or so left. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Phil, for that. I'll just see if there are any questions from the councillors. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation, Phil.
You're welcome.
I was interested that you said that Baipini Regional Council promised to match RLC's contribution. When did they promise to make that? And do you have information that you could send me about that?
It will be in the minutes of a meeting somewhere, but it will have been the first long-term plan where Tarawera Sewerage came into the long-term plan. So it came in, I think it was indicated as a year 11 project. So I think we're going back 2 long-term plans ago, or 3 actually, where money was first committed. So it would have been the long-term plan after that when money was first committed.
You think you could send that to the elected members?
I'll have a look around and see if I can find it. I can't guarantee that I will be able to, but the wording was that they would equal how much. There was no time limit put on that, of course, and I'm sure Doug would find some wriggle room there.
Wouldn't hurt to remind him, though, would it?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors, for the Lakes Community Board? Oh, there we go. Perfect timing.
Great.
Thank you, Phil, for the work that you do as Chair and Jen with the Lakes Community Board. Can I thank you for taking the time today to actually come in and make the submission in person, and for all the work that you do for our community as well.
Thank you very much. And have a lovely weekend, everyone, when you finally get to have the rest of the afternoon off.
Thanks.
Bye.
Councillors, we don't have anyone able to submit at the moment. The next presenters were not coming in until 4:15, so I suggest that we take a break now till 4:10 and reconvene. Then I will need all of the councillors that are currently present to come back because I need to keep the quorum. Thank you very much. Quentin, are you okay to take your submission now? Oops. Councillors, if you want to get ready, that is submission 93 on page 260. Quentin, are you available now? Just checking. No, Quentin. Sorry, Reg. I've got someone online. Thank you. Are you able to do your submission now? Can you
hear Quentin now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
So, Quentin, you have 5 minutes to present. You'll hear a little bell ring at the conclusion of the 5 minutes. So, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good. Do I wait for the bell to ring?
No, you'll hear the bell when your 5 minutes is concluded, so you'll need to stop when you hear the bell. So when you're ready to start.
Good afternoon, Council members. My submission for the annual plan hearing is about the Tarawera Sewerage Scheme. It starts with a short story including approximate figures relating to the average after-tax household income and living expenses. I'd like to ask you to imagine yourself in the shoes of the family in the story. It reflects the very real experience of many residents here today. You're in your 50s, living with your partner and 2 kids in a peaceful park-like setting just north of town. It's a special place. Tourists come from all over the country, even the world, to enjoy what you are lucky enough to call home. You both work hard. Your combined income is $112,000 a year, slightly above the average, but your expenses are also higher than average, $102,000 annually, mostly due to the long-standing loans from the GFC and COVID years. You live modestly, carefully, with about a $10,000 buffer each year. Just up the road are your grandparents. They're in their 80s, living independently in a home that's been in your family for generations. They get by on the government pension, $41,500 a year, and they manage their costs, but barely. They dip into their life savings each year just to keep up with inflation. If all goes well, they should be okay until 95. You have 3 siblings close by, one in town, one east, and the other the west of town. Then a new law is introduced, well-meaning, based on environmental goals. Every household must now buy a specific electric vehicle with the infrastructure to support it. Your sibling in town is fine, the infrastructure is already there. Your sibling out east had it installed about 10 years ago for $10,000, heavily subsidised by government subsidies that you helped fund through your taxes. Your sibling to the west got theirs a year ago for $24,000, more than promised, but government subsidies and some more tax from you and the rest of the town brought the price down. Now it's your turn. A car charging system will need to be built in the north. You and your immediate neighbours have adequate power supply cables to fit the charge outlet. But the house 3 doors up does not and will need a new transformer. It is decided the entire power supply system will be upgraded so as not to disadvantage anyone. At inception, the cost for everyone in the north was expected to be between $12,000 and $19,000. That figure has since escalated to $50,000. On top of this, every car must be the same. You have to park it where you parked your old car. Even though your house is getting too small for your family, it's in need of maintenance and is situated poorly for the sun, you can't move your car park to prepare for the future. And there are no more subsidies. You're still paying tax to cover the old ones for other families, but nothing is coming back to help you now. You can make it work barely, but what about your grandparents? They're in their 80s, they can't work, they can't afford a $50,000 system, more than $90,000 cost we're paying it over time. Their only option is to sell the family home because of a rule that doesn't take their reality into account. To make matters worse, recent evidence shows that the original study was flawed and the new initiative will have low to no environmental benefit. suggesting the emissions from the coal powering the electric systems have offset the intended gains. I share this story not to attack the intent of the policy, but to highlight its impact. This is a call to walk in someone else's shoes, to see through the eyes of our older residents, of families just getting by, of those who have contributed for decades and now feel that they are being left behind. We understand the importance of environmental progress. We support sustainable solutions, but those solutions must be fair, thoughtful and inclusive, not rushed nor pushed through at all costs, nor a one-size-fits-all and not financially devastating to those least able to afford it. I urge this council to pause, reassess the funding model, work hard to find other sources of funding, put pressure on government for assistance, identify fair, reasonable pathways for all residents. Leadership is not about doubling down when the plan causes harm. True leadership is shown when you are willing to course correct, to listen and to find a better way. This council has that opportunity right now to set an example, not just by enforcing rules, but by leading with compassion, creativity and courage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Quentin, for your submission and for finishing right on time. I'm just going to hand back now to Mayor Tapsell, who will resume the chair seat. So I'll just let her know who our next presenter is.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Kai Fong. We're now going to go to our partners from Bay of Plenty Regional Council. We have Councillor Kevin Winters joining us online, and we do have the presentation that we are showing here. So, Councillor Winters, when you're ready, we'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, and councillors, and good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, apologies from Councillor Thurston and White. We've spread pretty thin on the ground today, so I've got a three-page, three-slide presentation, and if you go to the second one for me, please. I just want to acknowledge the strong collaborative working relationship that we've had in the past. We've worked on a number of, on the future development strategy. We've put forward funding for the Rotorua Museum, and we're working on a very strong flood resilience project for Nongataha, and that's well advanced in terms of its designs and costings. So we're looking forward to that, rolling it out. Can I just spend a bit of time on the fourth bullet point, Madam Chair, and this is a significant day in Rotorua's airshed, because 15 years ago we embarked on a working group to set some bylaws for the Rotorua airshed. We were designated a polluted airshed at the time because we had 35 air exceedances in any 1 year. And as a result of the work that's been done in the 15 years, the airshed will change from being polluted to a gazetted airshed, which is a significant achievement for both of our groups working together to restore the airshed of Rotorua. The airshed is meeting PM10 national air quality standards due to over a decade of financial incentives and rules which have resulted in the majority of 8,500, I'll repeat that number, Madam Chair, 8,500 non-complying solid fuel burners being replaced with less polluting smoking heating devices. Reducing smoke from domestic burners has come at a financial cost to Bay of Plenty Regional Council, but has improved the air quality. Improving the air quality has benefited in the health of Rotorua community. Even though it will be classified as a gazetted airshed, Madam Chair, the bylaws remain, and yourselves and us, through our Air Quality Working Party, we've delayed the review of the bylaws pending further Crown instructions in terms of where to from here. I just want to put some numbers on the effort that both of us have made. approximately $11 million was provided across nearly 3,000 home loans. They're the hot swap loans, along with around $735,000 in grants. So the level of work, Madam Chair, should be noted, and I'm delighted to say that on 24th of May this year, the Rotorua airshed will no longer be polluted but go to a gazetted airshed. Can I go to the third page now, please?
Thank you,
Right.
and you do have
Carol
1 minute
Reserve,
remaining,
so we remain
Councillor Winters.
committed to the 750k grant that was highlighted some time ago. Madam Chair, can I let you know that councillors, Bayapiti Regional councillors, are empathetic to the Tarawera ratepayers' concerns. And I know we've received that letter from yourself, Tanya, today, and it's been circulated amongst our councillors in terms of what you're asking for is another 3.5 million. Can I just say we support option 3 of your annual plan to loan fund Tarawera $4 million payable by way of a targeted rate of $11 per urban resident over 25 years. Madam Chair, we have scheduled an extraordinary council meeting on the 26th of May. We received your presentation last week along with your letter, and our CEO is drawing up an option for you to consider at your deliberations on the 28th of May, I believe that is. So we're taking it under advisement. We're studying it very carefully. I can't say too much more than that, but you will have a council resolution offer by the 26th of May, because those offers I made personally, I think it was back on the 12th of March, it was always subject to final council approval. So on the 26th of May will be the council approval for the options. And then you can decide on the 28th of May at your deliberations what you want to do. Message ends, Madam Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'll just check if there are quickly any questions. We'll take one from Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Kevin. We had a presentation perhaps about an hour ago from the Lakes Community Board, Phil Thomas. I don't know if you happened to watch this presentation. You're nodding like you have. That's great. So you would have heard him make reference to the original long-term plan way back when, and he says that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council gave an undertaking to the Tarawera residents that the Regional Council would match the Rotorua Lakes Council's contribution to the Tarawera scheme. In fact, he used the word renege to suggest that the Regional Council is not keeping up with our contribution to the scheme. I wonder if you could provide a response to Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, happy to. Yes, I was listening in, Robert. I've listened in over the past day and a half to all the submissions, and I heard that one from Phil. I think the conversation would have gone along the lines of, we matched Rotorua District Council's 750k grant, aka the $1,500. I'm not sure there was a conversation at the time of, we will match Rotorua District Council's contribution. So I'm not sure where he got it from. He said it was 3 LTPs ago, and I'd be interested if he can find some reference to it. Happy to look at it, but I do not recall ever saying that we will match RDC's contribution. Message ends.
Message ends. Thank you for the response. I did ask Phil to circulate it to us, so I'll suggest that he circulates it to you as well.
Send it to me too, Robert.
Yep, certainly will make a point.
Whoever said it.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Winters. I know that there's been much discussion, and there are some people that do hold that view. I'm not sure if there's anything in writing though. But we thank you for your time to present today. Thank you. And we'll now move to our next submitter. I'd like to invite Rich Hennessy.
Becoming a habit, isn't it? Good evening, guys, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on the night market in Tūtanakai Street. I'd just like to point out that I strongly support, I think, option 2, which I believe means if you ran with option 2, the market would stay where it is, and it would only run through the summer months, the 6-month period of the summer months. So, which I think makes absolute sense. I've always thought the market should only run between daylight saving and daylight saving. Wonderful opportunity at the beginning of the daylight saving period to have a huge market. It would be a easily themed sort of a thing to do, and also do it again at the end of the daylight saving period to have a closing down market. Running it through winter, it just absolutely makes no sense to me at all, never has done. And in fact, it's more of an obstacle to us in business in that block in Tūtanakai Street at that period of time, due to the fact that all the car parks go on the wet days and people prefer to park right out in front of your place to run in to have a meal or to pick up something of the likes. But I'm just not sure that a lot of people understands just how bad the heart of Tūtanakai Street's become. It hasn't recovered really since we come out of COVID. We've got empty shops in our block that have been empty for quite some time now, and I see no opportunity of those filling up in the near future. We still have huge numbers of homeless hanging around in the empty shop blocks, and I think if you took the market away from us too, it would almost be the final nail that the street doesn't need, because it would take away the last piece of vibrancy and sort of action that we've got in the street through a period of the year. Going back to when the market started, myself and Frank Emirelli were the first two people to approach the council, Peter Gurin at the time, and I think Kevin Winters was mayor, about running a market in the middle of town, and that was way back in 2008. In 2009, we formed a committee called the Heart of Tūtanakai Street. We all used to pay $100 a business into a fund. We used to pay for the music. We used to help organise the market. Somewhere along the line, we lost a lot of contact with the market because the council decided to take over in a much different sort of manner, and before this regime. And our block then was 1187 to 1218, and we did all the work. We used to help put out the stalls. We used to help sell the markets. And we used to always choose the music, which we think at times is much better than some of the music's been put on there in recent times. The market itself, as I say, I think it should only run for the 6 months. When the market is on, particularly through that busy period from November through to March, when there are tourists and people around our block all the time, the tourists love it. And I must say, and it's not because of my business only, but when I see 50 people sitting or 40 people sitting out in the front of Hennessy's on a Thursday night having a pint of beer or a glass of wine, and they're tourists from America, Germany, France, and asking me, does this happen all the time? It's wonderful, and it's wonderful for the street. It creates a wonderful vibe. And I once again would hate to see it go. And we must remember that Rotorua, the inner city of Rotorua, isn't all about each street. It isn't all about the village green. There's a lot more to it. But if you lose the heart of the city, you've lost it. You've lost the battle, and you'll never get it back. And we are losing the battle a little bit at the moment, I'm afraid. When the market first opened, we used to have wonderful big hanging banners on each end advertising the market, which was sponsored, I think, back then by Trustpower. I think if the council got out and got someone to get out and sponsor, I'm sure there'd be a sponsor pick it up to run up to talk about the market. There used to be advertising around the street and the town, advertising the night market. All that is gone. All that is lost. And once again, that just takes away the vibrancy and the feel of the market. So all as I can say, I fear for what could happen in those inner city blocks going forward if we take the market away. And just one last point, Amazing Tyres just shifted 3 doors down from Hennessy's. The reason they shifted there was because of the market.
Thank you very much, Reg, for your time to make a submission.
Yep. Madam Chair, with your indulgence, could I just ask a question?
Sorry, I have 2 councillors that will be leaving in 15 minutes, and we do need to get through the remaining 3. Sorry, Reg, thank you. I'd now like to invite Jade Kent. So we are going to Zoom, and Jade is a representative from Film Bay of Plenty. Welcome, Jade. You have 5 minutes, and we invite you to make your submission. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko whakatani aho e noho ana kamutu te waiariki o te tini tōku kāinga. Ko Jade Tokoinga, I am the manager of the Regional Film Office, Film Bay of Plenty. The Regional Film Office advocates for screen production across the Bay of Plenty, including Rotorua. We're currently delivering services at the 60,000 tier in Rotorua alone, but we're doing this without the necessary financial funding support to sustain that level of impact. For the next financial year, we're supporting a partnership contribution from Rotorua Lakes Council via the Rotorua NZ events budget to help us maintain and expand our support for the screen activity in the Te Aroha Rohi. This work aligns directly with 3 of Rotorua's strategic outcomes: growing tourism, stimulating employment and economic opportunity, and celebrating arts and culture. Recent productions like Ka Whawhai Tono, Kanapa and Minecraft Film have showcased Rotorua's landscapes, talent and infrastructure to global audiences. Our work includes hosting scouts, facilitating production, marketing the region and working closely with locals to ensure cultural integrity and work opportunities. Looking ahead, we'd also like to bring multiple stakeholders to the table, councils, tourism and EDAs, to create a regional screen fund. This fund would provide stable operational funding for the RFO and offer a dedicated incentive fund to attract more productions to the region. Instead of a fragmented short-term grants, this would enable longer-term planning, deeper industry growth and more local employment. Oh look, I timed out. I was speaking a bit fast there. Timed that for 2 minutes to leave question time.
Thank you very much. I'll just check if there are any questions. There's a question here from Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you, Jade. Kia ora. Just wondering, I attended the premiere of the wonderful movie shot down at Wairaki Resort, and the number of movie theatres that opened in globally was substantial. I understand Ka Whawhai Tonu is heading towards a similar opportunity. Can you just let my colleagues know how many movie theatres in the United States and Europe the movie The Rule of Jenny Penn opened up in?
I believe it was something like 223. I haven't got that figure directly in front of me, but yeah, it was definitely in the 200s. Yeah, that was a great turnout, obviously, for that film, and that was brought about by, we brought that to Taupo because we were able to offer them a small screen incentive, and as you would have heard through the speech that was there by the producer, that really was the clincher for that deal, and we'd like to be able to do more of that and for, it doesn't have to be for productions outside of the region, but productions, like Ka Whai Tonu, and others that they are, even the Steambox Collective that are doing a lot of great work in Rotorua already, to be able to support them more, and other productions as well would be great. But going on to that international stage is really what that's all about.
Yes, quickly.
Just very quick subsequent question. I also understand that local Gecko Productions have now opened a substantial new studio hub out in Rongataha. Do you think that with collaborating with them we can really have a good shot at growing our film industry, providing we get some council partnership?
I definitely think that's a good opportunity. That studio is fantastic. They are in the process of getting that soundproofed now, which would make it a great domestic size for domestic size production. We are working alongside them. We've just shot out there as part of our show reel to promote that at a national and international level. So while it's not quite big enough for the big, like if you're thinking Minecraft, but that sort of smaller size production is definitely a great opportunity there, and there's potential to grow in that space too, because they've got land in front as well. So yes, we've just been out there, and I think it's a really great opportunity to grow more of the Rotorua scene.
Thank you very much, Jade. That's very exciting, and we thank you for taking the time to make your submission today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Vicky Hane, and this is page 222 and submitter number 90. Welcome, Vicky.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Vicky Hane, and I'm speaking today on our submission re the Lake Tarawera Sewerage Scheme for myself on behalf of my sister Geraldine Wong as ratepayers and joint owners of 584 Spencer Road. Our family have been owners of our tiny Kiwi batch since the mid-1950s. It was purchased by my dad before I was born, so more than 60 years ago. As kids, this is my dad's bolt hole from running a very busy GP practice in Tauranga. Nearly every Friday night we would come over for the weekend, even if he had a patient in labour, much to my mother's anguish. Yep, my dad could make the trip in record time to the annex at Tauranga Hospital in 3/4 of an hour. Of course, he timed it with me and my two sisters in the back of the car at different stages of car sickness. For a good number of years, my dad paid rates for almost no services. The road wasn't even tar sealed at the end of our road. There was no rubbish collection, only a terrible stinky rat-infested roadside rubbish drop-off area where we left our council paper rubbish bags behind a wooden fence to be collected. Then finally a rubbish collection for a few years, which was then replaced by the transfer station. Also not forgetting the start of a $6 million walkway that was to go the entire length of Spencer Road that was largely scuttled after ratepayers objected, citing that the money could be put to better use towards either a sewerage scheme or water reticulation. As kids, we loved being able to walk down to the lake, picking blackberries at the end of the road or walking over the tracks behind our batch through the farm to collect volcanic rock treasures. As the years went by, we came to the batch and created new memories with our own children and now our grandkids. With the open chequebook scenario that Council still has in place, we will more than likely be forced to sell, especially if Council still continues down their current path of charging $55,600 plus per property. The prospects of trying to find the necessary funds to pay for the sewage scheme is daunting, to say the least. Even the approximate $36,600 capped rate that has been proposed by the Lake Tarawera Sewerage Working Group is still too much, when other lakes have sewage systems that have cost considerably less or have had the cost spread across their rates. We also don't like being backed into a corner by the 1st of June 2025 and having to sign off the approval for our grinder pumps plans so that we can get a reduction of 1,286 when the path forward is still unclear to us. Rotorua Lakes Council needs to seriously change their attitude re Lake Tarawera ratepayers. We're certainly not all well-heeled, as has been intimated. At our community meetings, there's a lot of grey heads in the room. I'm retired, and my sister is due to retire. We need our savings for our retirement and not have to use it for pay for something that should be covered by our rates. For very little of the money we contributed to our rates has directly benefited Lake Tarawera ratepayers. Over the years, we would have contributed more than enough for the whole of the Rotorua Lakes region and feel it's about time some of that money finally comes back to benefit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky. We appreciate you making a submission today. Thank you. And I'd now like to call Fred Stevens. This is page 220, submitter number 89.
Evening, everyone. The last 10 years or more of the Lake Tarawera sewage debacle has been a bit like council playing Russian roulette with all of us out at the lake. Council have effectively held a gun to our heads. Not knowing when the gun is going to fire or what calibre of bullet is likely to emerge has for many in our community been excruciatingly challenging and difficult, not knowing whether you're coming or going or completely gone. Each chamber of council's gun has the ability to either severely wound most of us at 36.6k, cripple us at 50k, or inhumanely completely finish us off with an unfathomable, unknown amount at some unknown time in the future when the never-ending cost of escalations of this fiasco are finally tallied up. The whole process has been and continues to be characterised, as we have heard from other submitters, by misinformation, deceit and coercion. Nowhere in life, either in personal or in business transactions, are you forced into submissions, as this council has been doing under an open checkbook, blank cheque scenario. There has never been an issue with septic tanks being responsible for a decline in water quality, as pointed out by freshwater scientist Rohan Wells. In fact, over the last 10 years, the lake quality has improved to a level that the regional council said could only be achieved by removal of the septic tanks. And guess what? The septic tanks are still there. There has never been a thorough, or for that matter, any cost-benefit analysis done as was required under the Local Government Act. Rohan Wells pointed out there can be no justification for spending $32 million to prevent only a minuscule amount of nutrients entering the lake. The $32 million cost of reticulation to allow removal of the septic tanks can perhaps only be justified to facilitate the perception of the lake being cleaner, because it is not a good look to be using septic tanks. Reticulation is therefore just a nice to have to fit the national 100% pure and local jewel in the crown tourist destination marketing narratives. The cost should therefore be fairly contributed to by central, regional and local governments. All the ratepayers of Rotorua District are able to enjoy Lake Tarawera, as they can the other lakes in the district. Whether they use them or not is irrelevant, since we at Lake Tarawera contribute rates towards many facilities in the city that we may never use. Your council in its recent long-term plan deliberations has set a precedent by finally conceding that the rest of the district are able to enjoy Lakes Rotowiti and Rotomar, and on that same basis, the ratepayers are contribute accordingly through their rates to the surge reticulation in those lakeside areas. The same should apply with all Rotorua Lake ratepayers contributing to the Lake Tarawera scheme, since they too can enjoy Lake Tarawera. And ironically, as a result of that long-term plan decision, we now end up paying for the Rotowiti-Rotomar system as well as our own scheme. You've heard from LTR and the working group indicating that their supporters are happy to pay 36k per property, an amount stated as derived on principle, a rather dubious principle in my opinion. They also stated there's an important, and this is important, that a lot of people at Tarawera are not happy with that amount, and that was stated by the working group. The Lake Rotowiti-Rotomar ratepayers signed up for 14k each, but were presented with a bill for 45k. Following a public outcry, which I witnessed at the Rotowiti Community Hall, that sum has since been reduced to around 22k. Even that amount they are unhappy, since it's nearly twice what they had agreed to. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the group referred to in the submission by LTRA and the working group as a lot of people group, and to make the case that we should not agree to pay 36.6k, but instead pay no more than the Rotowiti-Rotomar ratepayers in the amount of 22k. I want to make it clear to councillors at LTRA and the working group whose submission you heard yesterday appear to have missed the most important of principles, that they should be working in the interests of the whole community and not just those who can afford to pay the unjustifiable 36.6k. You've heard this morning from Tracy McLeod that there appears to be millions of dollars that have been misappropriated from the deed funding and the Rotorua Lakes Incentive Scheme, enough to possibly pay for all of the Tarawera scheme and perhaps even all of the Rotomar scheme, without any contribution whatsoever from lakeside ratepayers. In conclusion then, as a family we've been drinking the water direct and unfiltered and without fluoride from Lake Tarawera for over 30 years with no health issues. There is no issue with septic tanks and there is no declining water quality in Lake Tarawera. Unlike Rotorua, our community never signed up for articulation. The scheme has been forcibly imposed on us by council, manipulating the option A, B and C survey results in such a way as to make it appear there was the required 75% community support. We have heard from LTRA and the working group that the 36.6k is the best bullet to receive. For many of the Lake LTRA and working group supporters, it is a sum that would be unaffordable for them. Not so for the remaining 20% who are permanent residents, many of whom are young families, retired and elderly ratepayers, for whom even the principled bullet of 36.6k would without doubt cripple them if not finish them off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred, for making your submission. Well, that concludes our hearings process for our annual plan. We thank and are very grateful for our members of the public who have taken the time to not only make a submission in writing, but also to present to us. Just to close this meeting, I'll finish us off with a karakia. Kia whakairi ai te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia tūriki whakataha ai, kia tūriki whakataha ai, haumie hui e, tae ki e. I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.